Hello, Set Scales. How are you?
How's it going?
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there any particular this topic?
Not really. I do have my ideas, but I'm just going to leave it open just because if I choose a topic, people don't really stick to it anyway. So um, I'm kind of going to let people decide what they want to talk about. Let me welcome Avian.
Hi, how are you doing?
All right. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I fell asleep on the panel last night. I don't know when. It's pretty early.
Was that on somebody else's channel?
Yeah, I was telling Avian because he was on that panel. Yeah. But anyway,
Hi, Divine. When you get a chance, can you give me your email address? I don't want to say anything publicly, but yeah, I need to contact you. I appreciate it.
I was going on about Elvis in the chat, and I said that I think he is the key to solving this country. Because
Why is that?
I think that if the United States of America was a person, like if you had to find a person and identify who it was, it would be Elvis, because the United States came from this upbringing, which was basically uh, they had to we had to struggle to conquer the land, which unfortunately it wasn't moral, but people like pioneers, the people who came and set up things like Jamestown, they were pretty poor, and they basically set up a nation that would go to dominate the world. Whereas
Um,
Elvis grew up dirt poor in the middle of the Depression, and he would also go on to take on or take the world by storm in a similar fashion. And I also think that Elvis's life reflects that of the average American, because Elvis is basically a person who, because he came from a poor upbringing but had this talent within him, got taken advantage of by people who did not have his best interests, just like the average American who goes to their job and works for like a company like Amazon. So they worked Elvis a whole lot, and they pumped him full of all these drugs to keep him going, just like they do with everyone else. They get your ass to work, and they keep you working, and they keep you full of the prescription drugs aided by a pharmacia or the pharmaceutical industries. And
I,
yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. Elvis plagiarized many artists' work. I'm not a huge fan of Elvis.
I won't deny that. Yeah, I won't deny that. But he did help kind of end segregation with his music in a way, because no one before him really, or I should say, no white people before him, as far as I'm aware, really liked to be around black people the way he did, and he helped them. Like, he would bring them on stage and sing with him. And there was one instance where they told him that he couldn't have his background singers who were black ladies be on the stage with him, and he's like, well, if they're not going to be on the stage, I'm not going to be on the stage. So um they ended up just being on the stage, because they're not going to tell Elvis to go away. But
Wow, you're giving Elvis way too much credit. I wouldn't say that about him at all. I think there's probably other artists that did more than him, especially during that era. But that's fine. Yeah, in terms of breaking racial barriers, that would be the last person I would point to.
No, he
That
was
person, because he
going
and I don't want to talk about Elvis because it's kind of controversial, but he's made some statements that were disparaging. So, um,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, man, I don't know if I'm aware of him.
Well, allegedly, he said the only thing the N word can do for him is shine his shoes.
I'm willing to bet that's a lie, but I don't know. That doesn't sound like him based on what I know of him.
Well, because he kept getting I don't want to make this discussion about Elvis.
Yeah, that's fine. But, I just want to mention that, Elvis was just a person. He got taken advantage of by the system. They worked him. They pumped him full of drugs to keep him going. And that's what they do to everyone else. And then, he died in a very embarrassing fashion. People remember him. He died on the toilets. So I would think that that's a pretty good indication of where this country is going.
All right. Well, earlier I was asked to come to Europe and basically fight for their right to medical assistance and dying, and I'm just like, I'm really confused about that. Why would I go to Europe to fight for your rights when I don't have rights for myself? So would the logical step be for me to obtain my own rights before fighting for someone else's rights? I don't understand the way people think. Like, I wrote a whole book explaining the blueprint for how to get these rights obtained so that people can do it for them. It's not for me to mule for everybody else. I want rights for myself, and I'm going to do it. But of course, I'm going to do it in a way that benefits me first. Why would I go to Europe? Europe already has those rights in some countries. We're not even close to obtaining that right in the United States. And so for somebody, this is really frustrating for me because I've been an activist my whole life. My whole life, I've been always popped up to speak up on other people's behalf. When I was in the military, people would always ask me to speak up against the drill sergeants. Law school, I spoke up against the professors. Even when I was working with attorneys, they were working, they were not getting time and a half, and none of them would speak up. They asked me to go file a class action lawsuit. These are attorneys, by the way, and law graduates. I filed a fucking class action lawsuit. And then after I did it, none of them would join the damn class, and I had to fucking settle it because I couldn't certify the class. And I'm just like, what the fuck? People don't want to do anything. They're not activists. I think that's the reason why people are struggling with the few people who have actually read my book actually get it. But anyway, I find it very frustrating that somebody would expect me to go to Europe and fight for their rights. Like, who's paying me for that?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that a reason people aren't activists like the way you want them to be is because there's not much money in that. And the system tells them that they need money to be secure in life, not to be going out and waging essentially war against the system in the form of activism.
Right, but they want to be free riders. They want all the benefits. Even when I was in law school, I had this gay organization which was so provocative, and I was just challenging the way everybody thinks. I had a friend who was gay, but he was sort of like DL. He didn't get involved at all, right? But I had changed the whole culture. There was no homophobia because I just called people out on it, and like, he didn't do anything. And at the end of like our third year, he like pulled me to the side and said, "Oh, I want to congratulate you for everything you did. You have really changed everything." I was not just like popular at the law school. I was popular in the entire university because I wrote for the school newspaper. So he didn't do anything. And now I look back on Facebook. He just got married. Even though he didn't fight for gay rights at all. he's a successful attorney, and I'm just like, you're a fucking free rider. Like you reap all the benefits, but you didn't do anything for this. I just don't like it. I just think that people just want to sit on the sidelines, complain, and then when you're actually trying to do the work, they don't want to get involved. I had another person. Well, I'm not even going to. I got another email which I'm not even going to repeat, but it's like people just want to extract. They found out that you have a law degree, and then they will solicit your help for all of their problems. Never mind the fact they're not paying you and you're not an attorney. They want you to fix all their problems. If they find out that you're an activist, they want you to fight all their battles. It's so frustrating. It's like I'm not fucking Superman. I have my own damn problem. I'm not fighting your shit. Like help. Like ask not what I can do for you. Ask what you can do for me or help my cause. I'm just one person. I was struggling to even get 2 directors for my nonprofit. I mean, I have them now, but it's like these people who are asking me to help them, none of these people stepped up to the plate to be a director. How about you become a director and maybe we can expand to fight for rights in Europe, but you don't want to do shit. You think that I should use my own money to fight for your rights in Europe? Why would I do that?
Can I read this quote by Thomas Paine? Relates to what you're talking about. Or am I muted? Oh, no, I'm not.
No, you're not.
He says, there are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon its goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. So basically, he's talking about the free riders, the sunshine patriots, and the people who actually do the work and how they're the ones who deserve the thanks. And, I definitely don't think I do as much as you do.
I mean, I don't expect people to do everything, but even if you are busy, the least you can do is donate. You can, I mean, I'm not even asking right now. This is the reason why I don't want to be an activist anymore, because I get burned out. I had 2 women step up to the plate to be directors, but it's just like pulling teeth. Like it's just like, let me just tell you about my experience in activism. It's mostly women who step up. The men just sit back and complain, and they have all this gusto about. Well, we had one person come on and talk about how, oh, this is bullshit, and they act like they're so about that life, like they're going to do this and do that. They're so aggressive in their language, but they don't actually do shit. They act like, oh, I'm going to put the state in its place. I'm not going to be specific about what they're actually saying, but they're not going to do any of that shit. When I actually come up with something that is more pragmatic, something that can actually be done, then it's all hands off that. They don't want to do anything. Like I said, I'm not going to share what I'm doing on YouTube just because I do have haters and I don't want anybody to sabotage me. I do want to protect the identity of these other people who are helping me. And so for that reason, I'm just not going to say anything. It's unfortunate because I do want to share it publicly. I would like to get people's input, but they're not going to give me the input anyway. I haven't got any feedback on my book. The same people are asking me, what should we do? It's like, did you read my book? I already told you what you should do. Hey, Fatima.
What's up, guys? Hello. Good evening, good night. Yeah. So, LA, I read some other posts, and you said you're gonna start like some group that's gonna advocate for like your ideas that you put forth in your book, right?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna talk like this. This will probably be the last time I even mention it. I'm not going to talk about
Oh,
it
okay, okay, yeah,
on the
of
channel.
course. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's always good to keep those things and inside the secrecy, yeah, because for obvious reasons, the topic at hand is a bit risque for a lot of people, and like you do have a point sometimes that like the environment, the state, the civilization, they don't want you to like talk about these things, right? They
No,
simply don't want.
but that's not the reason though. I have two haters, and I don't want them to find out and catch wind of it, and then try to sabotage or like dox people and do shit like that. So that's the reason why.
Oh, that's actually a better reason. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Because like some people can get a bit crazy with like all of that. That character assassination shit. Yeah, it's definitely something. Yeah, especially like doxing. It's very easy to do that on YouTube and on this platform. Yeah, like sometimes I risk like my own like location by just showing off like my face, like but like I'm not starting any group or like advocacy, so like I think I'm all more right.
I mean, people
Well,
can get your address
through
easily.
photos. Oh yeah,
Easily.
easily. Oh, easily through like photos. Yeah, like send someone a photo, they can do like a check on like the coordinates of the photos where your phone is. Yeah, and boom.
What are the odds they're going to actually do something?
I
Pretty,
don't, I
pretty
don't care
much
about
almost
that.
zero.
I don't care about that. I'm talking about sabotaging what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
yeah.
they like what I'm trying to do is important, and it's not worth it. It's not. It's not. It's not as if they're going to help me anyway. They're just going to talk shit and criticize and say how I shouldn't do it. Um, and so the less I talk about it, the better off I will be. I've actually haven't been going on anybody's panels, and the stress has been completely eradicated. I don't have any desire to do it again, to go back on anybody's panel, and
Huh.
it just took up so much of my time anyway. Just like debating people on YouTube, like why
Yeah.
would I want to debate? It's going nowhere.
I was like about to say like we all know what show you were on, and you did like a debate like a lot of people, but sometimes it was just repeats after repeats, and eventually it reached the point where it was like it eventually reached the point where like it was just like the breaking point, right? And like the gloves were off, as you said, and like yeah, it's definitely just like and yeah, it's like wasting some energy. Yeah.
I think when you're having debates, you're pretty much going to hit some sort of wall with pretty much anyone you're going to talk to because
Oh yeah.
everyone's paradigms are diverse. It really just comes down to how you handle this wall.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, and that's always going to be the case. Yeah, everyone's going to have their disagreements here and there, but like I'm okay with sharing panels or sharing space of people who I fundamentally don't agree with. I do like it doesn't bother me because like it's not like I'm gonna deal with them in my own like the personal immediate life, right? So it's okay. Like we can still chat here and there, but other things there's but like as with the disagreements, there's also some semblance of like a convergence between like some agreed points. I see that too.
Well, I don't know. I just think that people don't like. I think people's motivations are different. Like when I wrote my book, it was more about coming at it from an activist angle. It's not about debating people. That's the problem with anti-natalism. They have these endless debates about, is procreation ethical? Does it harm? It's just like, I'm so sick of this shit. I just want
Yeah.
to actually do something that actually helps people who currently exist, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not going to debate you when you're not actually going to. These are distractions.
Yeah, that's actually like a realist point of view. Like sometimes the intellectual debate is just endless, right? Because it's at the end of the day, it's ethics and what is ethics tied to a philosophy. And what is a philosophy? Just one big endless dialogue and conversation, right?
It doesn't have to be endless. It's only endless because people want to get caught up in semantics and they never really address the root cause of what ethics and morality is. And all it really comes down to is that everyone owns themselves. Everyone is responsible for themselves. And because of this, everyone should be free to interact in the world based off how they want to.
Well, we should own ourselves. I don't think we actually do. I think the state owns us.
Exactly.
But the
Yeah.
reason
And
why-
like, yeah.
To me,
Sorry.
the reason why these debates are so endless is because even when you make your point, nobody wants to concede it. Even when they have no actual rebuttal, they will still just keep on arguing points that have already been established. And I find it to be very bad faith.
Well, the level of responsibility that an anarchistic society would require is too much for modern man. This is the problem. It really needs to be like baby steps into it.
Well, it's not for me. It's not just anarchy. It's also anti-natalism, and I like my anti-natalism is sort of rooted in anarchy. That I don't think that parents have legitimate authority to impose existence or enslavement to the state without their person's consent. So I've already stated my position on that. I have not heard anybody tell me the basis of parental authority to enslave someone. The only thing I've been told is it's a natural act, which basically means that heterosexuals have sex, and because they have sex, they have the power to enslave children to the state. And so therefore, I'm straight, I can do what I want, nana nana boo boo. Yeah, you have the power to do that. The fact that you're a man and you can have sex with a woman gives you the power to enslave someone. It doesn't make it ethical. It doesn't make the power legitimate.
So I'm pretty sure I've told you that, right? That it's a natural act. So
To procreate, just be wait.
It's
You say
natural
it's a
if you're heterosexual. If you're
yeah. It's
not
natural if you're
then
heterosexual. Yeah, like how do you explain me and Jay? Because like we're not really that. We're not.
unless you have some sort of chromosome deficiency or some sort of syndrome, you can reproduce with a woman if you chose to, but it's just you don't want to.
No, I don't
But
know. I
procreation is
no.
a choice too. So
I don't think so.
if the consequence of people being straight is that people are going to be enslaved, then maybe they should mitigate it through contraception. It's not an excuse. It doesn't justify. It doesn't say that just because I want to have sex with someone of the opposite sex, that someone else should have to suffer because of it.
Yeah, I've stated that as well. I've even
Wait.
stated, to avoid even having regular sex if you don't want to have a kid. There's all kinds of other things you can do that don't revolve around the act that involves making a child.
Yeah, and we
It's
agree.
not about them wanting a child. It's about the child not consenting to being brought into existence. So even if they want a child, it doesn't negate the fact that the child did not consent, and it's impossible for the child to consent.
Well, you see, if we look at this in a Schopenhauer will sense, where everything is one essence experiencing itself, then the parents having sex is the will of the one will to bring in a new version of itself, and therefore the child through this will is choosing to be born.
Right, but that contradicts what you said earlier about self-ownership. Because if you actually own your life, then
well, I just what said the Schopenhauer from
no. But even according to Schopenhauer, there's the will and the representation. So we're part of the one will, but we have individual representation. So a child is not necessarily the same as their parents. They're having a different experience.
Yeah, they are, and like Schopenhauer did say that life is suffering. So like there seems to be like a type of like a connect within his philosophy. That's why I have noticed a lot of people who were influenced by Schopenhauer, who they themselves are also pessimistic people, they kind of reject his absolute metaphysical stance of transcendental idealism, and you can find this within Julius Bonson, Emil Sharon, Philip Meinlander, even
But
Wittgenstein was influenced by Schopenhauer, but he later gave up like the whole idealism thing, while still
what
keep. Hmm?
Schopenhauer actually rejected transcendentalism. He actually was responding to Kant, and he basically, I don't know if I want to get into Schopenhauer right now. Kant basically said that um, it is impossible to know objective reality, to know objective truth. And then Schopenhauer came up with the will and its representation and said that the will is objective, and so we can know objective reality because even though our individual experiences are subjective, our body he said that our bodies represent both the will and its representation. So um we're both a product of the will, but we also experience it. So our experiences are not unique. Therefore, we can make certain um, we have certain understandings about things that are universal.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah. I think to like just to add a bit of criteria there is that like Schopenhauer is best described as yes as reacting to Kant, but he still was working within Immanuel Kant's project of transcendental idealism. Now, a lot of people argue that like he later ditched the idealism for being a transcendental realist because you are right, La. Kant said that we couldn't know it wasn't objective reality. It was something called phenomena. Phenomena is something beyond like our own senses and perceptions. You know, it's kind of like it's beyond our own. It's like a wall of our own sense and perception. So Schopenhauer was like, no, Kant, that's wrong. There's actually something we can't know. It's the will. The will animates everything. And this is the phenomena that Kant said that you can't really access. Schopenhauer was like, no, that is incorrect. You can access phenomena and it's real. It's like one of the most realist things inside our reality.
Yes, I think you mean pneumona, because
Yes,
Kant called
sorry.
yeah, pneuma.
Yeah, yeah. Numana, Kamana, yeah, it's a very strange word to pronounce. Yeah, but because Kant said that there are two ways of viewing the world: phenomena, which is everyday experience or ordinary experiences, and of course phenomena, which is experience that we cannot know, objects we can't know, the world we can't see. That's there, but we don't have access to.
Yeah, the
So
thing in itself. The thing in
yes,
itself.
good, thank you. Yes, the thing in itself. And it's interesting because like I have a Kant's critique of pure reason and I'm reading that along with David Hume because David Hume influenced Kant, to actually make these demarcations between phenomena, or the thing in itself inside, and of course the phenomenal world, because Hume was a empiricist. He was skeptical about metaphysics and said no, there is a type of boundary within human reasoning that cannot transcend into like grand metaphysical abstractions. And Kant was like, holy shit, this is like some really like groundbreaking stuff, and he worked from there, and that's how we got Kant's a philosophy, which later gave way to Schopenhauer, and like the rest is history.
Right. I was actually supposed to go back to read David Hume and talk about how an immortal soul is impossible. I forgot that I wanted to cover that topic. That probably would have been a good one for tonight, but I guess I would try to save that for later because
Oh yeah,
I don't
yeah.
believe that we have an immortal soul, and I think David Hume makes some compelling arguments.
Of course. Oh yeah, of course. I can also recommend you some like other like philosophers like Hume. Like there was Graham Oppy and J.L. Aki, yeah, those are really great, critiques of like conventional metaphysics. Because LA, I would imagine you are a non-theist, right, or like an atheistic type of person.
Right. I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, that's correct.
yeah, of course. I'm something similar, apatheistic, non-theist, irreligious, or like a religious skeptic. Yeah, that would best suit me, you know. So yeah, yeah, because like if you're like an anti-natalist, you can't really see as the world as like a designed in like a good way. That's how I see it. You can't really see it as such.
Well, one could be anti-natalist for numerous reasons. Of the metaphysical reasons could be different from other people, or the ethical,
Yeah.
the ethics. Yeah, I'm an anti-natalist mainly for viewing the human species as at a stage of failure and stuff, because
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Oh
scarcity will
yeah.
become issues in the
Well, but
future.
some people can't even get to the ethical position without addressing the metaphysical position. They need to understand whether there is a God, whether there's an afterlife, whether there's a purpose for life. And a lot of people just assume that. So if they believe that there is a God or a purpose for life, then they will try to justify the suffering. They'll say, well, my father did this, by the way. He said that, yeah, I know life is full of suffering, but this is temporary. The goal is to get to heaven. I'm like, you don't even know that there is a heaven. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's it's very tricky, that subject about the afterlife, because, no one has yeah, it's just like it's almost inaccessible. Like I'll give more credence to arguments for like a creator, like a necessary being, God, or like a unmoved mover. That has more staying power than like, oh, I found the afterlife. I'm like, well, I don't know, because like there's either afterlife, there's either reincarnation, there's either like the Jewish view of the afterlife, where like you stay in some place and you come back again. It's like kind of like a combination of both. It's very tricky. Like the
Yeah,
conceptualism of the afterlife, because it seems to me that the idea of God is tricky, but the idea of what happens after death is even trickier, if that's even possible.
yeah. I don't want to change topic. I want to go back to what you were talking about, Hume and Kant. I have read a bit of it. Like for Hume, I think he saw knowledge as involving associations, and then he had the problem of induction. Am I right?
Yes,
And
yes, induction.
yeah,
Yes.
Kant was responding with that, with the a priori synthetic knowledge, like the space and time are like the categories of knowledge or forms that the mind projects onto the world. And Schopenhauer
Yes.
took that to, like, they exist a priori in the mind.
It's
Things like
funny. Yeah, it's actually funny that you mentioned the synthetic a priori, because the reason why that like I kind of gave up on like conventional Schopenhauerian metaphysics and thus the Kantian project was because I was reading a very good paper by an American philosopher called W. E. V. Quine. He's a handful to say, but Quine or Quinn. He's considered one of the most famous analytical philosophers, and he wrote a paper called Two Dogmas," which essentially a lot of people cite as like a recreation, or like a resurrection of Hume, how Hume would respond to Kant's like a priori synthetic, saying that it's kind of like a false idea, because like both Hume and Quine, they want to establish a form of knowledge, a epistemology that is naturalized and using like empiricism, and Quine argued for a long time. Quine argued for a long time that like philosophy kind of has gone astray with all of this, with like the German idealism, the existentialism, all of these things in like the mainland Europe. And he was a American and a political philosopher wanting to resurrect, he said, the tradition of Hume and like the skeptics. So he came up with the naturalized epistemology, which blew my mind. I was like, wow, like this is something very interesting, because like to like challenge Kant, because Kant's ideas had been like up to that point had been unchallenged, and like that was considered a game changer. In fact, that work was published in the year 1951, I believe. So it's pretty recent in like the history of like Western philosophy. If you want, I can recommend. I can link it inside the private chat.
Yeah, I know about Quine's two dogmas of empiricism. I think that one is criticizing the logical positivist. It was criticizing the positivist.
Oh yeah,
Because,
and also like Kant's theories as well. I think so too.
yeah, there's another book that criticized Kant. It got popular in Continental circles. It's called After Finitude by Quentin. I can't pronounce his last. It's like Mila Silks. My friend read it and talked about it, and he criticizes Kant about what is called correlationism, where
Yes.
where like we don't have access to being, we just have access to the correlation between thinking and being, which is a problem with Kant. That's why I think semiotics is more in the right direction than Kantian idealism or transcendental idealism.
Yeah, I think so too. But I think that Kant is still important within the field of ethical of philosophy, even though I don't even agree with him there, because like I consider myself a moral non-realist to like a moral moral like emotivist. Yeah, but still like the language that Kant uses is very, very unique. It gave way to all the Western philosophy. You know, it gave way to Hegel, to Marx. You know, so yeah, it's definitely, you know, he's up there, and he's the reason why that like he's the reason why we can't go back to like a pre Kantian era of like, you know, a philosophy. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think reading all these philosophers is important, especially if that's your area of focus. You don't have to, philosophy is about dialogue.
Yes.
And yes, and so it's not really like you can just read those you agree with. You have to read all of it to understand all the intricacies, I think, which is a lot of work. Though. I wanted to also say, what do you think about Deleuze? If you have ever looked into Deleuze,
Oh,
like,
Deleuze.
yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. From the bits I've looked into him, not a fan. I'm not a fan because like I heard that there was like two titans inside like inside like a philosophy. You either go with Wittgenstein or Deleuze, and I choose a Deleuze over. I mean, no, I choose Wittgenstein over Deleuze because, in my opinion, I think that Deleuze is too much of like an abstractionist, metaphysical philosopher. Like, I'm okay with that because one of my favorites would be Soren Kierkegaard, right? And he's very, you know, he's a religious, a faithful thinker. But when it comes to Deleuze, it's just that it's just it's kind of like Hegel, like it just uses a lot of obtuse language that like I just don't think there's much there. Honestly, that's kind of like a criticisms from like the analytical department towards some aspects of the Continental department, if I remember correctly. But at the same time, I'm not going to abandon Continental philosophy because one of my favorite philosophers is none other than Heidegger. I love Heidegger. Heidegger is like one of like my principal or like one of like my bedrocks of like thought because like he's the one that kind of brought back everything to a standstill for like this question of being. You know, it's like he pretty much said that for the past 2,000 years, Western philosophers have been getting it all wrong by just abstracting things, abstracting being, when we should really go back to our roots and just focus on being, on like what is being, what does it mean to be, if you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, Parmenides answered that.
yeah. If you had to pick between Parmenides and Heraclitus, who would you go with, Parmenides or Heraclitus? If
Honestly, I would go with Heraclitus, honestly, because it's one of my fundamental beliefs that things do change a lot. Like, that's me. And I know that's like an endless debate. Even Heidegger said it's an endless debate between Parmenides and Heraclitus. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
you read the Parmenides fragments, right? Not the ones by Plato, because Plato actually didn't accurately represent Parmenides' views.
oh yeah, I've read the fragments online of Parmenides. Yes, it's very interesting. I'm also interested in like the ancient Greek and Roman skeptics. That's why I'm also reading Philo the skeptic, and also Hessero. Yes, Hessero was a big influence on David Hume. Even Hume cited him as one of the great ancient thinkers of the Roman period. Yeah, so very, very, yeah. It's very rich, uh, dialogue there.
Yeah, yeah. One could get lost in all of that. I have spent some time
Yeah.
reading, but
Oh yeah,
probably
of
not
course.
as much
Yeah.
as
Well,
you.
thank the gods. There's the internet, because also like there's also like a Chinese philosophy which I'm heavily interested in as well, because the Chinese worldview didn't really posit gods, or at least there was one section of ancient Chinese philosophy that didn't really worry too much on abstractions and metaphysics. That was the bl- legalist school, and to a smaller degree, the Confucianist school. Like those two groups were very pragmatic based. They were based on empirical data. What else? The material world, saying that the soul is just another part of the body, and when the body dies, the soul dies. I don't agree with that 100%, but the fact that during the era of the Greeks, that was already being written by the Chinese philosophers, like, whoa, that is very, very unique
Uh,
for its
uh,
time.
have you ever read Nagarjuna MMK? I would be interested in your views on his emptiness. His views on Shanyata. If you ever want to get into, because Indian philosophy tends to be underappreciated too. Like
Oh
they have
yes,
own logical system that's para-consistent. Their logic tends to be para-consistent.
This is Hinduism?
I want
the Buddhism.
Buddhism.
Yes, Narayana is a Buddhist. I have read him online briefly about emptiness and form, and from what I read, very impressive. I'm very interested also inside the Buddhism as well, because it kind of echoes my view of like there is no self, there is no like a fixed static self, and it speaks to me as well, like the Buddhist metaphysics. Yeah.
Interesting. I recently came across Advaita Vedanta in looking at practical ways to deal with suffering. We went through October 7th in Israel, and we lost a lot of people. And so I was looking into all kinds of ways to, find solace in sort of the idea that there is just what is, instead of being in the mind and in the construct. And I found that to be interesting.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Havandada is very, very. It speaks to a lot of people. I will definitely say that it speaks to me, even though now I have like a more like naturalistic way of like calming or being at peace now. It's more of like a non like theistic way, most certainly. Yeah.
Oh,
But
cool.
yeah, but still, like for a time, like I lived in that world of like of like Buddhism and Hinduism. I definitely lived with inside that world, and like part of that is because of the ideas of Schopenhauer, because Schopenhauer was heavily made great comments towards the religion of the Buddha, because he drew some parallels between him and the Buddha, even though he wasn't too acquainted with the Buddha after he wrote his book on the world as will and idea. So yeah,
What did you say his name was so I can write it down?
Arthur Schopenhauer.
Arthur Schopenhauer. Okay.
Yes,
Cool. Thank you for that.
no worries. And
Could
hello,
I ask everyone's opinion on
Hmm?
who they side with, Parmenides or Heraclitus?
I think I think I answered that. Okay.
But I want to get other people's answers.
Of course,
Yeah, I
of
would
course.
say that.
I, for
Oh,
one, side with Parmenides.
I would say a more, I'm still working it out, but I think a more anti-essentialist take on Parmenides is probably what I lean towards.
I have a lot of reading to do.
Well, I just want to say hello, brother Marcus, and hello, Ganav. Is that your name? Ganav? Nice.
Hello, Fatima.
How you doing? How's everyone doing on this night? Yeah, it's pretty late where I'm. It's 10:30 here.
Hello.
Yeah, same.
You are
Yeah.
in the East Coast.
Yeah, East Coast, USA.
Cool. Ganav, you cannot. You are mute. I cannot hear you if you're talking. Ganav. Hello.
Yeah, he's probably on mute or like his thing is not connected. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Let me tell you, I'm doing fine, relatively speaking. I actually am going through a divorce.
Oh.
It's so unrelated to the topic, but maybe I will give you a little anecdote. There is a WhatsApp group. You know the app WhatsApp?
Yes, of course. I still use that to talk to families overseas. Yeah.
There we go. So there's a group in Israel called Yanshu. And Yanshu is, there's all kinds of people there, like Rusik Gershkovich, and Hoshen, Hoshen, and all those people. And my husband belongs to that group. His name is Snail. You know Snail?
Oh, Snail?
I think I've heard the name, actually, yeah.
Okay, there we go. So Snare is in the group. Now Snare has an Israel flag next to the name because we're from Israel, so that's the flag. And but this group is how can I say deconstructionist? It's Israelis that do not identify with the flag, do not identify with their identity. They want to deconstruct, and they are anarchists. And they are punks, punks, and they sit in Elif Felet. So the other day I went on the group Yanshu and I noticed that they have a running list there of people's sexual proclivities. I will keep this PG because I know that it is in a live stream, but they keep a list of people's sexual preferences. And Snare put in his sexual preferences that he likes feet. Okay. Now, I am not aware of this, and I was married to this person for many years. And so I'm in this group, and I see all these people, and they're saying, deconstruct. We don't identify with the flag, and we go sit in Elifelet. So what we did afterwards was I just divorced him because I could not handle that anymore.
Well, they sound like they're definitely in the camp of Heraclitus.
Well, I'm an anarchist too, so and yeah, we have a lot of anarchists that come on this channel.
I'm a fascist. I'm a fascist.
Cool. Well, in any case, I want to know everything about my husband. And Ganav, this is actually not coming out as good as it did with Stefania. Remember Stefania? That was good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So, in any case, I'm going through this, and there will be, נחפש עוד מקום לעשות את הדבר הזה, בסדר?
Okay.
Okay.
If somebody just leave, I don't know who that was.
Ganav left.
Gustav? Ganav, yeah.
Fatima, do you also like reading literature or watching
I guess I
art
can't
house
force
films
it.
or anything
Fuck.
like that? Art house films.
I guess I cannot force it. But these people are boring anyway,
Yeah. Oh, like, are you saying that if I read literature? Yeah, I read
Yeah.
Dostoevsky.
Yes, like
Yeah.
art house films and stuff. Have you ever
Anyway,
read
this
any
was
Ingmar
a
Bergman?
poor choice, and I also feel bad because they were genuine.
Oh yeah, someone was talking over me.
They were a troll.
They were trolling, and then he's like, I feel sorry because they seem genuine. Damn, that's a...
Damn, what the fuck? Talk about fucking facing your redemption.
Yeah, right. I never heard a troll say that before.
I gotta point this out, guys, because this is a point for anarchists and a point for why we don't need the state, because guilt and shame is a real thing that can force people to change their actions.
I agree, actually.
Right.
I agree, actually. We
Well,
finally
that's
agree.
something that I talk about on my other channel. I do talk about shunning and shaming, and that these are actually powerful tools. That's actually one of the tools that was used against what is his name, Alan Dershowitz, for his disgusting support of
Epstein.
Right.
Yeah.
There were some restaurants that wouldn't even serve him, and he clearly didn't like it.
Good. Yeah, good. What the hell are you doing with, like, you know, that kind of person? My God. Fucking hell. Yeah, but Dom, I actually agree with you. I think that shame and guilt could be like even in the same instant good ways to regulate a person's behavior, because it definitely does work on some people, because I've seen it happen in person, you know. So
You know,
yeah.
what's that Bible verse? It goes something like, I'm going to paraphrase, but it goes something like, the righteous stand firm, but the wicked flee even when no one pursueth.
Oh wow. Nice. The wicked flee. Yeah. The Bible has still a truth in it, and I say this as a non-Christian.
Yeah, there's good stuff in the Bible, but it's just
But,
how
but
you
that's I'm sorry, but that's even something that I address in my book about procreation, that you don't necessarily need the state to or command people to stop procreating. You just need to have social consequences. Stop congratulating people, like shame them for procreating. I'm not saying to do it in a nasty way, but just stop celebrating it. Basically, talk about how it's unethical, and I'm not. It's not going to work on everybody, but it does have the potential to reshape the culture. So, like, my book it's like I do combine all these principles, but overall, like the overall arcing theme of the book is based on anarchy and anti-natalism.
What was the topic that you wanted to talk about tonight?
Well, I know we've been talking about a lot of things. I kind of would like to get back to the whole activism thing, because I find that to be so disappointing, about how humans will complain. They have the power to change things, but people don't want to do anything. How people are cowards. They will fight causes that are so inconsequential, but when it comes to things that would actually amount in systemic change, they don't want to tackle it. They leave it for other people to do it. There's only a tiny handful of people who are even willing to engage in activism, especially at a systemic level. People will do things like say, "Oh, you should go vegan," or whatever, but that doesn't actually challenge power. There's only few people who will actually challenge power directly. They take all the risks because it's easy to pick them off because there's so few people. So you can easily destroy my livelihood, deprive me of the right to earn a livelihood, and then I'm completely destroyed because there's nobody to fall in my footsteps, right? And that's what I find so disgusting, that they benefit from it. They always talk about how you could do more, how you can help them, but they don't want to pitch in themselves. Actually, I'm going to do a separate live stream to talk about that, because I have so much to say about that. The free riders, to me, I just have no respect for them. Actually, I'm going to do a separate live stream to talk about that, because I have so much to say about that.
Oh, echo.
You have a bad echo.
It was the Pastor D. Yeah, he had the bad echo. Yeah.
Might be YouTube playing in the background, maybe.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm just gonna lay back and listen.
All right, it's cool, man. What's up?
How you doing, Fatima?
I'm doing good.
Good.
You might have some input into the activism topic, Pastor D. You have any thoughts on that?
Oh, well, let's see. I know Stop Having Kids. He was like
Ooh.
one of the few outreaches, and he closed down temporarily. He said,
Was
"Now
there
someone."
sorry,
Oh
was
yeah,
there like a controversy with him, like Stop Having Kids, if I remember correctly? Was there something?
he just got he got banned on one of the channel on one of the platforms.
Oh, okay.
It was either I can't remember, but he got taken off.
Okay.
Now there is an outreach. An Israeli gentleman is doing outreach around Europe, or he did a year ago. And I mean, there's small little startups. There's Amanda Sudnick, and Gary, and LA. There used to be DNW and Noodles, but they're not doing it anymore.
They stopped. They're like 180 about that shit now. Like it's so
I know.
it's so
I
jarring.
know.
Like I'm not. I don't want to cause anything, but like how can you go from that to that? Like I know people change their minds, but to be that drastic about it is just insane to me.
I agree.
It's like
I
it's like if I was like an anti-theistic atheist, new atheist, and I convert and I became a fucking Shia Islamic scholar. It'd be exactly
right.
like that. Yeah.
I asked DNW why he did a 180, and he really couldn't tell me. Basically, he said it doesn't go anywhere, which LA alluded to, but it is fascinating to talk about. And he says that he feels that if there aren't more humans, we're not going to have all these new inventions and all this brain power. And
That's just wishful thinking, though.
It is. It's that hopium.
Yeah.
And I felt like challenging him on it because I said, well, the next genius most likely is going to be born on the continent of Africa or in the Middle East, just where the birth rates are. And if they're born in a hunting gathering society in a dung hut in Tanzania, they may be a genius at making a spear, but unless they get education, where are they going to go with their genius? They're not going to become.
I think they always assume that all geniuses come from the West. They don't understand.
Oh no!
Like IQ, they don't understand that IQ is based on nurture primarily. It's not biological. But I think the main reason he did a 180 is because he wants to sacrifice human beings for animals and for life forms on other planets. So there may be aliens on planet
his
Mars.
freak out did prove
we have
that.
a duty to rescue the aliens on planet Mars. That's how these people think.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's something along those lines too. And like I believe along with that about AN not going anywhere, I'm like, yeah, we all kind of know that. Like we all know that like it's not gonna go anywhere, but we still do it, right? Like
Oh, I do it. I wear AN shit every day. Well, not every day, but at least twice a week. I've got AN shit in the back of my car. Most people don't know what it means. Lawrence Anton was selling bumper stickers, and I bought one way too much money. But it says every cradle is a grave, and that's right below my little snake eating my little Ouroboros.
Wow.
That's on the back. Yeah.
But I want to be specific though, because I made a post saying that I was looking for 2 directors to start a nonprofit. Now I had 2 people contact me, but I had other people, instead of volunteering, they basically asked me to help them with their shit. I'm just like, why would I haven't even formed a nonprofit yet, and you're already trying to extract. Like, I have to do it. I have to raise money, and we're not even there yet. So how am I don't know what they think. And they did the same thing to another content creator who is trying to start a clinic, and they're just like, oh, is she going to start a clinic in Europe? It's like, are you going to help her start a clinic in Europe? It's just like, what do these people think? Do they think that activists have some money hidden in some like buried in their backyard or something, and they have these magical supporters who are just want to make things happen. Like, no, you have to actually donate. You have to actually do the work. Stop putting it on the few people who are trying to do anything. And then what they'll do is, if you don't, so you have good intentions because you want to do it, but you sort of anticipate and expect people to help you. And then if you don't do it, they'll just talk about how you felt, how, oh yeah, I knew you weren't going to do it. Yeah, I didn't do it because you didn't fucking help me.
Did you get the 2 people to sign up? That promised to sign up?
I had 2 people. I still need to email one person and get this person's information. So, yeah. So I have 2, but I need to actually confirm one of them.
All right. Well, if it's not a conflict of interest, I'll sign up too. But you know where we stand there.
Right. And but still, because basically a 501c3 can only be used for for my purposes, it can only be used for educational purposes. When it comes to actual lobbying, I can't use that money for that. So I have to keep that money separate. So I have to raise my own money for the lobbying.
Oh, okay.
But that's
well, maybe you can pay yourself a small salary as the director, and then use that money for the lobbying.
That's
money for the
right.
Because I've got to give this money away. It was my great grandfather's foundation, and I have to give so much money away every year. And I tell you, you'd be my number one cause, because there's nothing out there like it. Maybe Population Matters. That's about anything that's as close to activism about the population, but that's not really anti-natalism. That's just, let's control this human infestation.
Yeah, it's not
I
the
just
same.
have a question though. How much time do I have to get to do all this?
Oh, basically, I give the money away at the year end. I can give it away sooner, but it accrues all at year end to be given away.
But
if you don't do it,
do you use the fiscal year of October or the calendar year?
Calendar year.
Okay, well, I will definitely get this done now that I have these records. I need to file it, get a 501c3, and then open a bank account.
There you go. And I can do it next year too, but it has to start all over again.
Well, yeah, I'm going to get that money for this year because I could definitely use it.
Okay. I mean, this is silly. It's just sitting in these circles and the few outreaches that have. I don't know. Did you ever watch that documentary, I Wish You Were Never Born, by Jack Boswell?
I have. I've watched that actually.
Yeah,
and
I think, I didn't think it was very representative, but
No, it wasn't, but Gary made it entertaining. Anyways, they interviewed Amanda Sudnick in Chicago, and she kind of said it, this is why this kind of activism has so much trouble getting off the ground, because no one really has the gonads to do it, or they lose interest in it, because you really can't see the effects.
Yeah. But I think that goes without saying. I think that's always going to be part of the problem.
Activism.
Especially for this cause, right? Because I think to make AN about it, to turn AN to like a type of social justice activism is like one of the worst things you can do with it, because to me it's just like a strictly intellectual ethical theory and philosophy, right? I to me it should have stayed there.
Why would that be the worst thing? I mean, if people don't think that it actually accomplishes anything, why would they support it? Like anybody can individually decide to not procreate, but if you're not, well, again, I guess I need to be clear because mine isn't traditional anti-natalism. It's a different philosophy.
I gotta say something, LA, because here's what I mean when I say procreation is a natural act. Because you say people can just stop procreating, and that's true. But at the same time, people can also stop voting. They can stop paying taxes. They can stop pulling over when the police try
and
to.
you can, you can do those things.
If enough people did that in mass, just like the same amount of people you're asking, then the state would lose all its power.
No, that's not true though, because it only takes an individual to not procreate. So if I don't create 3 children, those 3 children don't exist. It does not take collective action. As an individual, I have the power to do that. It doesn't require me to convince everybody that democracy is illegitimate. If you don't procreate, then you have spirit 3 or however, even 1. Your spirit
Even more,
person.
because they'll have kids and they'll have kids and they'll have kids, and it just fucking never ends. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Right. I think that's what people don't understand. Like the goal is not just to end human life. If you read David Benatar's book, is to at least dramatically reduce the human population. We would like voluntary human extinction, but if we don't accomplish that, we still every one person who isn't brought into existence is somebody who does not have to suffer and die.
Right. And possibly go to hell. So I throw that in there.
Yeah, I don't want to say because people are commenting. Yeah, somebody's. Again, I said that I don't listen to that channel anymore, and he came trolling in my comment section saying, "Yes, I do." I'm like, "No, I really don't." And then because he said that, I did go and check it, and it was dry as hell. I listened to the pro-extinctionist Steve and what's it, James?
Yes,
That's
Stephen
dry
James.
as fucking hell, and I was just like, what kind of, you know what? I'm not even going to comment because I don't need to throw shade at people. I think it speaks for itself. And
it was a horrible one.
Right. If you can't save your own channel, then, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, and everybody on that channel fights with each other all the time. Not lately, but, you know, no one can get along and they're all at each other's throats.
Well, if we're going to be honest, I think he kind of did that himself with his own small meltdown he had that one time. So he kind of self-inflicted.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Of course, yeah. So you can't really be too surprised that we don't see too many newcomers or too many like people join the panel. Like I see regular commenters has always been there, but like not a lot. It's just the same 5 or 6 people. You know, it's not like how it was when I was starting to join again, like in January, February, where it was like, okay, there's new names, new faces, new comments, but now it's just it's just not there anymore.
Yeah. I share anti-natalism memes. I make them on my phone all the time with all my family and friends, almost daily. And it's amazing the responses I get. I never thought about that. My brother thought to get a vasectomy, he had to cut his balls off. Literally. This is the level of, you know, misinformation and uneducation that people have.
Yeah, that's crazy. What the fuck? Yeah. You don't cut off your balls to get that. That's not even a vasectomy. That's fucking a castration at that point.
Right. Well, his male dog had his balls cut off. So, you know, that's all he knows. But what I'm getting at is, you know, people don't think this deeply. They think about themselves, like we've mentioned forever. I want a kid. This is what I want. This is what they're going to do for me. And they don't think about the grave responsibility of bringing a human into the planet. And there's so many angles you can go at this from. It's amazing how it's just the 40 or 50 people that I've shared this with that are like in my little biosphere, if you will. I never thought about that. Oh, really? That's interesting. It's like, you cannot be kidding. You can shoot cum in a vagina, but you can't think about all this shit. It's like it's too easy to make a life and worry about it later. But I do find it effective in the little group I deal with. I can't talk to the people on the street who read my bumper sticker, but I do find it effective. It at least gets them to deeper thinking on the subject. And there's a fair number of people out there, that's just what you do. You know, well, no, not necessarily. And if you want a kid so bad, adopt. The crime's already been done.
So
or as Daniel said,
people
I
are
want to
just
read some.
operating
I want
based
to
on
read my community wall. So I posted. I want to do a live stream tonight. I have my own ideas for a topic, but I am open to suggestions. Now I'm minding my own business, and then Mo Transhuman Raw says I watched the interview. I love how people say I watched their interview as if I know what that means. I watched their interview. I don't understand how Danny says they'll attract unhinged individuals whilst he's associated with Amendum and the unhinged people like Barkus who are associated.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
And then I say, what interview? Do you have a link? And then he says, no, Fatima says it was one of DNW's latest videos. It's only 1 hour and 30 minutes. So in response to me saying, no, let me read this. I'm not gonna read this whole thing, but I said I don't listen to his live streams anymore. And then finally notice DNW comes and says, yes, you do, maybe twice, 3 times. No, I do not, which is why I did not know about this so-called interview with James and Steve. I don't listen to it. So because somebody referred me to it, I went and checked it out, and I just got so bored. I'm not listening to this shit. Like, why you did? Like, I've been trying to get an interview with DNW. I've been helping to grow his channel. He said he was going to interview me about my book. He never did. At this point, I'm not even going. Maybe I need to go. I need to go directly to Danny Sean and just ask him to do it on his channel.
Oh, okay.
Because
yeah, he does interviews. He does a lot of. He had a lot of Stop Having Kids on his channel.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to deal with the drama. I'm over that. Like, I'm ready to actually start taking action and getting people to get involved and actually get some legislation passed. I don't want to just argue on YouTube and have people like sabotage.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun for a while, but it just gets
stale.
It gets stale.
But I can't speak to college philosophy classes lately because I haven't taken them since I was in my late teens, early 20s. But I did take a philosophy class, and you talked about all this bullshit, parallelism and all this crap. And this would be a good place to insert anti-natalism as a philosophy. At least get people, because that's about the time, they're going to start having kids. I don't know how you would petition.
I would say you can insert a lot of productive philosophies around this time, but are they going to do that? No.
No, that's true, but that's just a way to go at it.
Socialists.
It'd be a good way to go at it, because the philosophy class I took, and again, this was in the late 70s, early 80s, it was bullshit. Parallelism and do we really exist? I think, therefore I am. And it was nothing of substance. We didn't even go into Schopenhauer or all these other pessimistic philosophies. And I think it's, creating life should be viewed as a philosophy.
Having children is as natural as rain.
Shut up.
I think that's an appeal to heterosexuality.
I agree.
It's an appeal to heterosexuality.
I agree with that.
It's natural because you're straight and you have sex with someone of the opposite sex and you don't use birth control.
Well, there's birth control, there's vasectomies, there's condoms, there's morning after, there's abortion. Give me a break.
Birth controls, there's like natural birth controls where your body literally kills the baby, by itself. Miscarriages, stillborns. Yep. That's a natural birth remedy to stop birth.
Yeah.
It was Taylor. No. T.G. Bird 98.
And that's the problem, is they view it as, how many people I listen to, like child-free stuff, and they talk about, I fell pregnant. No, you didn't fall pregnant. Come on.
What the fuck? It makes no sense.
Right. It takes complete responsibility off. Yeah, well, yeah. But it can be an accident.
Oh,
yeah, of course. Yeah,
but an appeal to nature is a logical fallacy in and of itself.
That's true.
Natural does not make it ethical.
Natural bliss fallacy. Yeah, that's why like I don't ground like my being if you know what I am.
It's your favorite racist
It's just
white
so
kid.
funny how people will make an appeal to nature when it comes to procreation, that everything that follows procreation is unnatural. Nothing about
Hey, bro, I can't even hear you.
nothing
Yeah,
about our existence is
Something's
natural. We don't
Jay,
exist in
can
a
you
state of
like
nature.
remove a T-bird,
We're
please? He's
controlled by the state in an unnatural way. We're told to go on an unnatural diet. We're wearing unnatural clothing. We live in
Jay, can you hear
unnatural
us?
culture. We're using
Yep.
unnatural cell phones.
Jay.
No, I tell people.
I can
Jay,
hear.
can you
It's
hear
just
us?
hard to hear.
I can
Can you hear us, Jay?
Oh,
Yeah,
Can you
there's
hear
some
me?
static in the background.
It's because of that user, T-bird.
Oh, okay.
Okay, he's gone. Okay. Yeah, Jay, I think you can speak now.
I just love how everybody makes an appeal to nature when it comes to procreation. But everything that follows procreation is unnatural. That you use unnatural cell phones. You live in an unnatural
Yeah.
shelter.
Yeah.
You live under an unnatural state which controls every detail of your life. You drive an unnatural car.
Yeah.
It's like you want people to sustain themselves on an unnatural diet because you think that their natural diet is unethical. And it's just like, can we just start with the root cause of all of this? The root cause was procreation. So even if we were to go unnatural on that one subject, on that one behavioral change, then that would actually be far more consequential than everything else that follows. If you don't want a tyrannical state, if you don't want people to harm animals, if you don't want carbon emissions and all of these institutional harms, then the only thing you can do to actually change it effectively is not procreate.
Yeah,
Yep.
of course, I agree. Exactly. Yeah, and like people make like the naturalistic fallacy a lot because, as I said in the comments, and I will always keep saying, just because it's found in nature doesn't mean it's good in quotations, right? It doesn't mean
Or
it's
ethical.
ideal or ethical. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's like because like if that's the case, then like oh well, we're gonna have to eat each other because cannibalism is found in nature. So we follow
Sure
that?
is.
We've
Should
been
we
doing
follow?
it
So it's infanticide. After
Okay.
the animal is born, there's like 100 species that will eat their own young.
Yeah. Oh,
So
yeah.
Are you guys going to be like debating chatters, or are you going to stick to the topic of activism? I just want to know.
Activism.
Just so I-
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to like talk about activism, Marcus?
No, I don't care. I just want to know like what the room is doing right now.
I mean,
Well,
I didn't.
Mr. Question Mark, I mean, you were with Amanda. You had great interviews for the first 20 that I listened to. You were very insightful, and you did a great job.
Brother Marcus, can you repeat your question?
So what's the plan right now? Are you guys like, do you want to engage with the chatter for a debate, or were you roping,
I'm just
were you going to round back to
I'm
the
just randomly selecting comments that I want to respond to. I'm not reading all of them.
Okay.
I just want to respond to this comment. We've been doing it for thousands of years. Yes, people have been suffering and dying for thousands of years, and nobody has ever been able to articulate a point for any of it. And so it's time to get off the wheel. It's time to actually do something different. Insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
There you go. I use that when I do my text to my 40 to 50 people every day.
No, procreation is not good for mental health. The root cause of it is they were forced into existence. People who don't exist don't suffer mental health problems.
Yeah.
Nope. And we spend a hell of a lot more time in non-existence than the 80 years we spend here in suffering miserable existence. So really, it's on the onus of the parents to justify why they're taking you out of the state you are naturally in for millennia, forever, and risking your soul. And, yeah, well, don't give me this free will shit. Sorry. And I'm a pastor. I'm a pastor.
Oh my god.
I am a pastor. Yeah. There it is again.
Yeah. But
It's BMW. He's trying to break in.
Oh my
yeah,
god. What if that's the case again? Gosh.
Bird, your mic is really bad. It has a lot of static, so I have to lower your volume.
I think no, he's spamming the freaking panel with like horrible audio. Jay, I think you ought to like either ban him or just remove him. Yeah.
I don't know if he's doing it on purpose or not. But
Are you kidding me?
you think he's doing it on purpose?
He literally spammed the fucking N-word.
Yeah, he's spamming the N-word. How are you not?
Oh.
You think,
Oh.
you think he just accidentally did that? But
Wait, he did that just now? I didn't see that.
Yes, yeah, he did that just now twice.
Are you not able to hear what
He
he's playing?
said it, or what did he?
I didn't hear anything. Did you hear
my
anything,
God.
Ali?
I did.
This is
Yeah,
the
like
weirdest.
Okay, well then he's not coming back.
okay,
How
yeah.
did you guys not hear it?
Wow.
I did.
No, I didn't hear it.
Marcus, I think
heard
you heard
static.
that shit.
My God, Fatima, maybe it was like on a different wavelength or something. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
He did it twice, and you
He
guys just heard static.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
say anything because I didn't hear it.
The problem is that LA is attracting Mossad agents who want their slaves. That's what it
Oh
is.
my god.
That's the idea. Is it okay if you put the volume a little bit lower on your mic? Because it's very loud for me. So it's just a little bit lower if it's possible. I'm not sure.
Wait.
This service dog, whatever, are useless. Anti-natalism sounds unhealthy, just like being a flat earth or something went wrong.
What the fuck? False equivalence.
If you want to come up here and debate, well, as
Oh,
long as you're not that person who was just trolling.
How much would I bet he was, or they are, or she
Probably the
is?
same person.
If you are
yeah.
that person, then you're not welcome. But if you actually have genuine questions, then you can come up.
Yeah, I would say that I am an anti-natalist, definitely in a post-industrial context. I would say that I read like legality and a little bit of there are different varieties or arguments for justifying anti-natalism. And I feel like I like the voluntary human extinction movement. Have you guys looked into them? Voluntary?
Yes, I have. Last night.
Yeah, like that.
I want to ask Adrian a question. Okay, so if we still had if we had technology and like the mechanical clock was never existed, so like technology that was 1200s, would you still be an anti-natalist?
Well, you see, the context changes. You see, I would be an atheistic. You see, because in Buddhism is not like Christianity, which says be fruitful and multiply. When you become
It's a non-theist religion. Yeah, it's non-theist.
Monks are
if we have
celibates.
technology, can you repeat the question?
I'm asking Avian if we had less advanced technology, like early medieval time, specifically before the mechanical clock, would he still be an anti-natalist? Because I think that
I would be child-free still, but I wouldn't be explicitly anti-natalist. I would be child-free still, though, because you see the problem is we're over the Earth's carrying capacity, and we have way more efficient means of genocide and more efficient means of enslaving people. Back then was pretty bad too, but it's it's not easy to I would be child-free personally, but it would be more difficult because there's a more like village communal setting and agrarian, and also people had shorter lifespan back then, stuff like that. So I don't know, and the world population was so sparse, human population was sparse, but I would still be child-free because I'm focusing on higher stuff. You know what I mean? Like, there's no bigger curse than coming back to life in some way, being reborn.
I would still be anti-natalist because consent is violated, even though you can't get consent. You're putting somebody in a game they didn't ask to play. And back then that meant, well, I was in Tanzania 15 years ago. And we visited this tribe, and one guy had 14 wives, and his whole village was his kids. Anyways, when you hit age of 13, two males go out and hunt. And they go out for 2 weeks, and that they have to prove they're men by killing something. Well, they didn't sign up for that. And even if the world was perfect or better or less crowded or whatever, you're still putting somebody at terrible risk for all these diseases and illnesses and chronic injuries and dementia and old age and death. It's not right.
There was, this gets into some deep territory. Like Mani, like Manichaeist, they would actually agree with you to a large extent, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Like
I'm thinking
Cathars.
here,
Well,
it would,
without technology, I probably wouldn't have heard about anti-natalism.
yeah,
I think that without technology, we wouldn't have a population of 8.5 billion because this is not natural. I mean, not to appeal to
Right.
it's
Right.
not naturally sustaining. And so,
No, you're right.
if I was born in Africa and like pre-civilization, I don't know that I would procreate. I never wanted to have children. I mean, probably since the age of 13, I always thought procreation was wrong.
I knew at age 10.
I'm not. If you want to come up here, I will answer your questions, but I'm not going to answer them from the chat. So,
I was
this question has already been addressed by anti-natalists. It's not like this is not a difficult question. I can answer it easily, but I'm not going to answer it while you're still in the chat.
I decided to be child free when I was 11. I read this creepy letter written by Albert Fish. He abducted a child and ate her, and then he wrote a letter talking about it to her illiterate mother. You believe that? And I was like, damn, this a life that allows and enables such cruelty. I don't want to bring a child into such a life. Like that's why I became anti-natalist.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of brutality throughout history. The Mongols, the
Oh God, yeah.
yeah, definitely. I would say.
I mean, just Europe and all the religious wars. I mean, the Crusades, they went from 1025 to 1200, and then the Catholics fighting the Protestants, and just ridiculous. What we did to the American Indians, what we did to the blacks, because the Bible says, from foreign nations you may take your male and female slaves and own them for life, and you may pass them down to your offspring. So where do we go? Africa. This is crazy.
Would you say that the universe is almost like a self-devouring cycle? In some ways, it does kind of feel that way.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
It does kind of feel like a prison.
It recycles energy, is what it does.
Oh God, no! Please no. That scares me.
It goes back to the whole discussion about what Schopenhauer said about some people being enlightened and other people are just brutes. They're basically no better than grazing cattle who are slaves to their biology. That they don't have any actual deliberation about right and wrong. They just do whatever their nature compels them to do. And so if and that's where you are, that's fine. But I think that you're dangerous.
It's your favorite
It's back. White kid, that's what I heard. White kid.
What the fuck? Why would somebody waste their time trolling somebody else's live stream?
You're famous, Ale. That
you are.
You got
I would just say that the human nature will never change that. Most people are asleep, and so when they have more advanced technology, they just do more bigger atrocities and more like I would say I'm
they
close
watch
to
cat videos.
I'm
I
close
want
to
to actually
Schopenhauer.
reframe this question. I want to reframe this question because they will pose it to us to say, "Oh, why are you here if you think life is so wonderful?" What I want to ask them is, if you think life is so wonderful, why do you procreate and then still complain about how horrible life is? Because you will hear these breeders complain about how horrible things are, how the government is so oppressive, how they don't want how they want their children to have a better future. There's not any job, and then they will just and their excuse is always, "Oh, that's life." As
right.
Life is inevitable.
AI is taking over. That's a big one lately. AI is taking over everything.
If you really want the honest answer, it's because most people are afraid of dying and death. They don't know what it is. They know it's going to happen.
But if they're afraid of dying,
possible.
If they're afraid of dying, why would they force somebody else to die?
That's the point. That's what made me an anti-natalist at 10. when I knew I was going to die and I saw death all around me, I said, why the hell would I do that?
Would you
So
say
nothing about it makes sense. The only explanation is Schopenhauer's will to life. That is, it's completely irrational. They're not thinking. They're just behaving.
Right.
Yes.
Also,
They're acting on
Schopenhauer
scripts.
believed, in the second volume of Will to Will as representation, he talked about rebirth, or what he called polygenesis. So for Schopenhauer, being reborn is even more painful, you know what I mean? So,
Oh.
yeah, so yeah, that's the thing. I think there is a true death, when I have certain metaphysical views that, if you go in like a meditative state prior to dying, like a signless awareness, then you don't come back. But if you're still grasping for signs and you're still attached to the world, you're gonna come back in some form. So you have to be detached.
I don't believe that, and I'm going to address that in a separate. I wish I would have prepared for that today, but I don't want to address that right now because I need to do more philosophical research on what philosophers said about it. I just don't think there's any evidence that there is reincarnation.
Well, you see, if philosophers looking at this from an empirical perspective are already going to fail to understand the fact that we recycle through karmic debt, and this determines basically where we go next. So if you want out of this place, you have to be a better person, or at least develop principles and stick to them based in...
How do you define better person?
Where's the proof for that, though? What proof do you have?
Yeah, the Buddhist scriptures say it's just detachment. You have to be detached from the world.
Where's the proof that we're going to be reincarnated? Anybody?
Yeah, idealist. I'm an idealist. I think the mind is more foundational to reality.
But where's the proof, though? I'm still waiting for somebody to prove that we will be reborn.
Look into the hard problem of consciousness. This gets into lots of like qualia stuff like that. It gets into more complex metaphysics and stuff.
Okay. Does anybody have any scientific verifiable proof that can be replicated?
There is one guy. His name is Federico Fagin. He wrote this book called Irreducible, and you can kind of get an idea.
Does he actually provide any evidence that proves that we will be reborn?
I think it depends. He has a philosophy that's called idealism. He's a kind of
right, but the philosophy is not proof, though. I'm asking for actual proof.
There is no actual proof. There's no
right. That's all I hear about, though. People can have their own opinions, but that still doesn't prove anything.
Yeah,
so this is part of the problem that science can only go so far. It can only measure what we can see and what our scientific instruments can detect. But science says that we can only detect and see like 0.00003% of the environment, something like that. So that means that there's a whole lot of things we're not seeing, and I'm willing to bet that our scientific instruments just maybe push that to 1%. So there's like 99% of existence going on all around us that even our scientific instruments can't perceive.
So because we can't perceive everything, then we should just like what Ayn Rand said: a lack of knowledge does not give someone license to create fantasies. Like just because we don't know everything does not give people license to invent these narratives that are counterfactual, that have no basis in reality. I mean, because I could make up stories and say, "Oh, well, this is philosophical." I think that when we die, we become gods and we swim in the sky. Does that prove it? No, it does not.
Well, you see, the question is, what is the mind, ontologically speaking, because the question of how mind relates to brain activity, that's unfalsifiable. Like the common scientific view is just an epiphenomenon. That means it just emerges from brain processes. But it could also be more foundational, and the brain is more like a receiver or transmitter. It's actually
It's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
That's a good point. Whoever said, we only perceive a fraction of 1% of our reality through our scientific instruments. And it's amazing how much we don't see. And I'm not saying that means there's an afterlife. I'm just saying that maybe science will be able to answer the question one day. Where do we go if we go?
When it
But
comes
if
to the
we only
probability,
only perceive a small amount of reality, then the people who are making these claims have no basis for their conclusions because they can't perceive it either.
No, they don't. You're right. You're right.
But everyone has different experiences in the objective world. Even though we're only experiencing a small amount of it, we are still experiencing it. And these experiences do matter. And there are ways that we can experience different realities, like through things like drugs, through things like meditation, that science cannot really detect, that we do with ourselves, either internally or with external things.
So, Seth, if I had an experience of swimming into space and I reported that, would you say that that's a possibility?
If you did it in a dream, yeah.
Okay.
You know, a lot of these philosophies and even religions are based on dream. Like the Kabbalah was based on a dream. What's the other one? I believe Mormonism was based on a dream. I'm just like,
right.
I just can't.
If you think about it, Paul wrote half the New Testament, and his whole thing on Jesus was a vision on the road to Damascus, and the whole thing got built around that.
Well, you see, they're saying things that are real. It's just a question of if these things are going to happen or not. They have a dream and then they go tell people about these things, and then all these different people go out and they put energy into these things, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Right,
and
exactly.
It's just empowering a possibility that they saw.
But Seth, do you believe in reincarnation based on testimony from others? Because what if I offer an alternative theory of space swimming?
Okay, what is it?
Well, I have a dream that when I die, I just die and I don't come back. So
right, there's also that, like
it's other people's dream.
That's what I hope for.
So you have multiple theories out there about what's happened after. How do you determine which one you're going to say is more probable?
Well, you see, the thing about you come from nothing and then you're born and then you die and then you return to nothing is basically a Heraclitean view. And this implies that you are a fleeting moment that's going to end, and ultimately the whole universe is going to essentially experience this. It started, it came from nothing, it's in motion, and its end point is going to be nothing, essentially, if it even reaches that point. So even in this sense, all of your life exists as an eternal fractal within this becoming of the Heraclitean view, because what is done cannot be undone, and it exists forever. The past is essentially static.
Right. So you genuinely believe you answered my question there, right?
Well, I can say, okay. I'll let him answer, then I'll respond.
Well, I mean, it relates to your question because if
right, because I asked you, there's multiple theories about after death, and then I asked you, how do you determine the probabilistic, the probability of which one you would determine is correct, and you answered Heraclitus.
Yeah, can I answer before?
Well, hold on, because I'm not really going to answer in terms of probabilities. That's going to force me to quantify these things, which I can't do. That's just ridiculous.
That's a better answer. Thank you. I actually like that answer.
Because we use with the number 0. And so because we didn't have a placeholder before the number 0, there was no way to quantify it. So now that we have it, we know that the number 0 is infinite. So because I think they interpreted that incorrectly. They say that because nothing can come from nothing, then that basically means that we're immortal. No, what it actually proves, and this was going to be in my original book, that nothing is infinite. The only thing that is infinite is nothing. And so I'm trying to explain. It goes back to Kant, and I don't want to get ahead of myself because I said I didn't want to talk about this because I want to do an entire live stream about that. But I'm going to address David Hume and also want to address what Immanuel Kant said, that we exist as time, space, and causality. And so because time does not exist outside the material world, immortality is impossible because you can't be immortal without time. And so therefore, once you leave your material body, you no longer exist. I can explain it from a medical, but I don't want to do that right now. I do want to do a separate live stream about that.
All right, just one scientific pushback. You know how they say that energy cannot be destroyed; it can only take different forms.
I was going to get to that point, but yes, go ahead.
Okay, I mean, we are comprised of energy. I know it comes from food, but it is a form of energy. If energy cannot be destroyed, whatever's the bioelectrical impulses that are going on inside our bodies, wouldn't that allude to something happening afterwards? Our energy going somewhere else because it can't be destroyed?
You know, I've even heard the most prominent actor scientist Neil deGrasse Tyson say that they can use their scientific instruments to track our energy, like, for example, after we're cremated. And he said we can see it go to space where it's useless.
Oh,
so,
well, that's encouraging.
There is something there after you die. What is it? You know, all it is a different experience. It's just a different present moment. What is that present moment? I don't know. But you will have the present moment.
Yeah.
I think Avian wanted to say something, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that Schopenhauer is an idealist. Yeah, he still is anti-natalist. So one's metaphysics could be different. They could still be anti-natalist, you know, like some German idealists. They were more pessimistic about life and stuff. Like, I would say the Buddhist sutras, or like the Lankavatara Sutra and some other ones, they say that the habit energy of your attachments to your memories, your explicit memory, that influences the volitional formations of the next life, but that is not the same as reincarnation. Rebirth doesn't have a continuing subsisting self. It's more like new volitional formations are formed after this life or something based on your habit energies and your grasping and stuff like that. So I would say that, you know, but the thing about Buddhism is it's not really, you know, affirmative of life the way, you know, something like Christianity or Islam is, because in Buddhism, all of life is defined by dukkha, by suffering. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's the thing. I actually have had, you know, I'm not trying to be new agey here, but I have had like past life experiences, and I consulted the sutras, and it said that normally traumatic memories are what is like passes on from past lives, and each of my past life recollections were traumatic. They were full of suffering. You know, like I had a past life where I was something like a Garuda, and then I was like massacred and like some kind of like invasion or something like that. I don't know. And then I had another one where I was dying in earthquakes as Japanese people or something. Like, I don't know. Like, all I'm saying is that, you know, depending, you know, it's some systems I think are more open to antinatalism. Like, I don't think life is as rosy as we think. You know what I mean? Like the Manichaeist, they saw material birth very negatively. For example, like Mani, he actually was revolted by. He was a Gnostic. You know, the Gnostics and the Buddhists, they tend to be more pessimistic towards life.
Could I offer an explanation to your experiences?
Sure. Yeah, it could be a hallucination. You know, like, you know, it's hard to distinguish. You know, these things.
They are. I'm going to quote Michael Persinger in his work. Right from his work, he would say they are hallucinations, but he also says, like you alluded to earlier, that the brain is both a transmitter and a receiver. It's an antenna that's tuned to this magnetic sphere of the earth that is basically generated by human thought, while at the same time your brain is also tuned to this antenna. So it could be when you're seeing these things that you're actually experiencing things that people actually did experience in the past. It may be you, or it may have been your energy in the past. It may not have been, I don't know, but I'm just saying that these hallucinations generally, like if someone has a near-death experience and they claim to see Jesus, the reason that they're saying Jesus is, they are having a hallucination, but because their brain is tuned to the human collective of thought, basically, they're seeing what the collective expects to see in their hallucination.
That's a good point. I think it ties into Jung, also Carl Jung and stuff like that. And I get what you're saying. Yeah, I would say that, based on those energies you're referring to, trauma is probably what lingers the most. Because when you think about life, most of life ends in disillusionment and pain. I mean, that's just the way it is. Yeah, life isn't. It's not good to be naive in life. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, I would say that I would make the conjecture that pain or trauma probably has more lingering effects, more or something, because that is kind of like what seems to pervade all of life to a large extent.
Well, there's a reason for this, and I think it could even be answered in Buddhism, is because if life is suffering, and if we return to emptiness or whatever you think it is, and there's no suffering, and it's just essentially bliss, then all of the happiness that we can experience here is essentially secondary to that bliss. And in the state of bliss, we never experience suffering. So therefore, the suffering would be more memorable, because when we're in this state of emptiness or bliss or whatever, we never experience it.
Exactly. I would say that state also, if you're in that state, you're less likely to want kids. You see, because people have kids for selfish material reasons. They don't.
That's not true though, because suffering is the baseline. You're in a perpetual state of suffering. Like happiness is a temporary cessation of suffering. So it's like, in order for you to enjoy the burger, you have to be hungry first. In order for you to enjoy sex, you have to be horny first. So it's just like you have constant cravings that have to be satiated through external means. And so you are in a perpetual state of suffering. You're just mitigating it through external actions by appropriating resources, consuming. And it's not, there's no such thing as perpetual happiness. There's only perpetual suffering.
That's why I didn't say happiness. I said bliss.
I would say, instead of bliss, I would probably say equanimity, or maybe detachment or something like that. I don't know. Maybe more like
not happiness,
emptiness, or like signless awareness. Is more neutral. It's not bliss. I'm thinking work, but the point is that people, it's beyond craving. It's beyond attachment. The point is people crave to have kids. So that way they can live, like they can support themselves, or they can support the community. But when you are in that state, which is beyond craving, then you're not as likely to have kids. That's why monks, they were told not, in most schools, they were told not to have kids. Monks do not have kids. That's an example. And Gnostics are interesting too. Gnostics, like the Cathars. The Cathars, they also refrain from procreation. So the point I'm trying to get at is metaphysics can get complicated, and so like Schopenhauer, he was an idealist, like I said, and he was also an anti-natalist. That's
and also you're talking about how suffering, or there's like this lust to suffer through consumption, and how we have to constantly sustain ourselves. This is what Schopenhauer is largely talking about rejecting as well. And we see this in monks who reject it. They reject pretty much as much materialistic things as they can. This is why I say only in the material world they're suffering. And these people, like these monks, they try to live as close to the state of detachment or bliss as they can. It's not about happiness. It's about being content with the eternal moment, regardless of whatever's happening.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's roughly going in the right direction. I think that it depends on the school or the tradition. I think, but ultimately it's about what you're saying about how, like it's the same reason we talk about on TML's channel, like, they crave more and more industry, more and more technological innovation, so they keep creating more and more way to surveillance you and strengthen the state. The state becomes technicized and become more enslaved. You know what I mean? And the thing is that it's not good to be naive. Like we think, oh, if we have children, they're gonna turn out to be good, or they're gonna turn out to make the world a better place. But the point is, the world cannot really become a better place because it's defined by striving and craving. Renunciation of the will is what Schopenhauer says, renunciating the will.
This is why I say that being and becoming are ultimately choices that we make in our lives. And society, they might claim that they're on the Parmenides side, but they sure don't show it, because they are basically trying to force the whole world to become something that it's not supposed to be. And this is why they're suffering, is because we choose becoming instead of accepting the state of being. We're trying to fight. It's like getting in a river and trying to swim against the current when the current's going like 80 miles an hour.
I want to read a quote from David Hume. By what arguments or analogies can we prove any state of existence which no one ever saw and which no way resembles any that ever was seen? Excuse me. So how do you prove a state of existence outside the material body which is not verifiable, that no one has ever seen, and we're supposed to just take it on faith?
Well,
why would anybody do that?
Well, again, like I said, you're never going to, at least I'm pretty sure we're pretty like thousands of years away from this, scientifically detect the soul. You have to look within yourself, and you have to recognize that you are life, everything around you is life, and life essentially does not end. Or I should say,
you have to prove that. You can't just make these claims without proving it, though. It's like you're just stating claims without proving them. You don't prove that life doesn't end.
Because if we go, like, if we take the scientific explanation of the Big Bang, I don't know what specifically you think it was, but I'm going to cite Michio Kaku. He basically explains it as, before the universe, you had matter and antimatter, and they're basically colliding with each other. And there was one more piece of matter, although I'm sure he was simplifying it, than dark matter. And this was what made the universe. Now, essentially what you have is you have things in the form of matter and antimatter, and they're interacting with each other. So even before we have life as we know it, we have substances which are moving and interacting with each other scientifically. It is conscious. It is conscious.
Yeah, I want to make a point quickly about that. Is that I think you're talking from a positivist angle, that you're like restricting knowledge to what is empirically verifiable. But physicalism, the idea that everything is physical, is also not empirically not empirically falsifiable. So metaphysics is unavoidable, though. So we have to like start with what is the ground of reality, what is the nature of reality, stuff like that. Like I'm saying, Schopenhauer was not a physicalist. Schopenhauer was an idealist, basically, is what I'm saying. And if you're an idealist, it's easier to argue in favor for rebirth or something. But if you're a physicalist, then not really, I think so. I think physicalism is philosophically weak because of the hard problem of consciousness. I don't agree with Daniel Dennett. I don't agree with Patricia Churchland. I think their arguments are weak. I lean more towards like a kind of, like someone like Bernardo Kastrap or something like that. I think his arguments tend to be stronger, like Kastrap, or maybe the panpsychism of maybe Alfred North Whitehead or something like that. This gets into metaphysical territory. But my initial point is that one can still be an anti-natalist even if they think that there's like some deeper metaphysical thing going on. I mean, because that's. I mean, I gave examples like Schopenhauer and some other people, and also I think Mainlander too and stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Buddha, what part of the world are you from? Are you from Asia?
No, I'm Persian. I'm Persian.
Persian, okay. And Zoroastrianism is the big religion there, or?
It was, but not
was.
anymore. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So it's primarily Islam?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like Islam though, personally. I just does not resonate with me. I do not like it.
Okay. And do you see Christianity getting a foothold there at all, or no?
Well, I don't know. I do like the Gnostic Christians. Like I said, I think they were interesting, like the Cathars and the Manichaeists, but I don't really.
I'm talking currently in your area. Is Christianity getting a foothold at all?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't really think so. There are Armenians there. Yeah, it's not really getting a foothold. No.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I do think that, hopefully the regime or something can leave or something without making a power vacuum, and then the country gets exploited or something, which is difficult to do, because Iran is very oppressive. That is true, but at the same time, it's not easy to get rid of them because that will create a power vacuum, and then you get
we know.
Yeah.
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 The United States allied with Afghanistan against Russia. Remember in the 80s under Reagan? Okay, and then we pulled out of there. The Taliban took hold. I don't know if they took hold of the whole country, but I mean, a subset of them definitely took control, and they were our allies, and they view us as the devil.
Yeah, it's a mess. Yeah, it's lots of like complex things happening and shifting alliances, and it just comes down to oil and OPEC.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But, that Afghanistan had a lot of mineral deposits, like lithium and stuff like that. So
yes,
it's always been that way since the Bronze Age to now. Except then they were getting things like tin and copper and bronze. But eventually, whatever happened during the collapse, was probably something related to that, ended their society. So, I think the United States, I think that this is the direction I think they're trying to head, is they're trying to just become oil independent and stop getting in the Middle East. But they got to get people real sick of going to those wars first. The U.S. government. They have
oil independent. They're trying to take Iran's oil. They've been taking oil from the Middle East, and I don't think that. I mean, they're not even trying to look for alternative energy sources. So I don't know about that.
Yeah. The thing is, even if they found an alternative energy source, the automobile industry and other industries would lobby against that. And Iran does have a lot of natural gas reserves in the Khuzestan, the southwest, and they're supporting separatist tendencies there because there's different minorities there, and it just comes down to stuff like energy corridors and different trade networks. Like I forgot their names, I can look it up, but it's just like OPEC, and the U.S. dollar is the global reserve currency right now, and oil for now, yeah, and oil has to be traded in U.S. dollars and stuff like that. It's just a big mess. You see what I mean? The point is crazy when you think about it, because this entire system leads to more suffering. Yeah, the human population is booming as a consequence. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's crazy.
We're adding a net 70 million people a year, and it's starting to slow down, but
what do you think the carrying capacity is for the modern world? Like 15 billion people or less?
It depends a lot on science. You know, if we weren't able to genetically modify a lot of the crops, I don't think we'd feed 8.3 billion people like we are now. Also, you know, the technology that went into farming that we didn't have 40 years ago. I mean, now they have sensors on crops that can tell you when the plant needs more water, needs more of this. I mean, you know, it's amazing what they do now.
Yeah, and just think of all the energy that gets wasted on food like McDonald's.
Oh, yeah.
That does not get eaten, that just gets thrown away.
Yes.
They want
Americans, maybe most of Western countries, 1/3, and I've read several studies by reputable sources that all say the same thing. Roughly 1/3 of our food is thrown away. It's just wasted. And I believe it because I did a charity thing on Christmas Day for homeless people. And we went around to all the Publix supermarkets. That's a big chain here. And we had a payload truck, an F-150, you know, standard pickup truck, full of bakery goods. And that was for just 2 days of day-old bread and day-old bakery products, which they were just going to throw away. And they donated it instead. And you know all those sell-by dates, when those go bad, the grocery store's got to get rid of them.
Yeah, William, there's a good book. I have it on my shelf. I need to get to reading it. It's by an ecologist. His name is William R. Cotton. I'm not sure if you heard of it. He claimed we are already over the Earth's carrying capacity.
Yeah.
Overshoot and stuff. And he talks about all how because natural resources are finite, and you know we're like they're non-renewable, and you know it's not looking good. You know, there's water scarcity will be a big problem, and a loss of
it already is. It's a huge problem in the west of the United States. It's becoming a problem in Western Europe. Germany's having problems with their water tables. Yeah. And the thing is that, you know, humans, we can migrate so easily. You know, California, when it had its boom between 1965 and probably 10 years ago, you know, it was designed for 15, 20 million people. Now it has 39 million people sucking off the same reservoirs. And like every third year, there's a severe drought. And 70% of that water they use in those reservoirs is for agriculture, for grapes. And grapes and fruits and, you know, nuts and dates and all these exotic fruits that take a shitload of water. So
one thing I noticed is many conservationists don't talk about this, but some do. I think the only solution isn't adding more and more regulations, but simply scaling back on human population and technology.
Yep. But do you hear anybody? You know what they're talking about now? Oh, population collapse. They don't talk about the fact that World War II, we had 2 billion people after the bloodiest war in history. It killed 60 or 70 million people. In one lifetime, we've quadrupled the population. No, population collapse. It would be so much better for everybody, the existing humans and the planet, if we scaled this shit back down to 3 or 4 billion people. Not by killing anybody, but just more anti-natalism, more child-free.
And it would be better for the animals, but they don't want to.
Sure. Well, their argument will be, there'll be more suffering because there'll be more animals killing each other. Well, we can't control that. Animals are going to do what animals do.
Well, but there would be fewer human beings consuming animal products in the first place.
Right. But they're saying there'd be more animals, and I've heard this argument, more animals in the wild killing each other. So you're going to have more animals in factory farms being eaten by humans. So either way, you know, it's a lose-lose. The whole system is set up on something dying.
It's just like they want to create more consumers so that they can go against their nature and then be ethically good, even though they're still causing more harm. It's just like, it makes no sense. It's like they don't want to address the root cause. They want to create more omnivores while telling them to be herbivores. It's so inconsistent.
Right.
It's so disjointed.
Yeah. Compare our footprints. I don't know if we're all child free. I know 3 of us are. Compare our footprints now and the footprints we would have by kids having kids, our kids having kids, or their kids having kids, to the carbon footprint, even if they were all vegan, they'd still do far more damage than us just being carnivores right now.
Well,
so
but
vegans,
they don't compare themselves to those who don't exist. They compare themselves to other people, those who eat meat and those who have a larger footprint. They can't imagine non-existence. They never even bring that into the equation.
Right, that's true. That's true. But I remember I asked my mom, why the fuck did you have me? I didn't say it that way, and I was never disrespectful to her, but I did ask her once, and I wasn't like, oh, wasn't it wonderful you had me? I was very matter of fact. I looked her in the eyes, and you should have seen the look on her face. I mean, it was shock, disgust, surprise, embarrassment. I've never seen a look on her face like that before, and it wasn't pleasant. It was a combination of all these negative reactions.
They don't want to be held accountable. They will ask you, people will ask you, what is your purpose in life, as if you created yourself. It's like, no, my parents need to answer that. They need to tell me why they created me. I didn't create myself.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree with you.
Yeah, I want to say this. That
because my dad wanted a son. My dad had me because my dad wanted a son, and that's pretty much all it came down to.
Yeah,
that's just I want a human being to enslave for my own selfish desires. Like, I don't feel anybody's entitled to a human being. I think that's the most entitled position ever. That I'm entitled to a human being to validate me.
Yeah.
How is that not slavery? That you exist just because they want you to exist, whether you want it to or not, and now you have to serve their purposes just by your mere existence. You are continuing on their legacy. You're giving them purpose. And by the way, many of these vegans will talk about how their children are what motivated them to go vegan in the first place. So that's how they justify procreation. That my children motivated me to become a better person. So now I'm causing slightly less harm than a meat eater, but I'm going to cause infinite harm that is just going to be expanded over multiple generations.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think my mom wanted me. It was just my dad. Yeah. She didn't really say no.
Right. So, okay. So that still is selfish, because even though she didn't want children, she gave your father a child in order to get validation from him.
Yep.
The bottom line is that it had nothing to do with you. Neither of them were thinking about you, your own suffering, the fact that you would eventually die. They just were trying to extract.
There is no unselfish, ethical reason to have a child. There's none.
I would say there is, if you can provide them in a stable environment, especially preferably one that's away from the government, where they can grow into individuals who don't need their parents. It's recognizing that you're not.
That's not true though, because the person doesn't exist, so they have no interest in being brought into existence. So because that's still selfish, because what you're saying is that I want the benefit of raising children in a state of nature because that's going to make me happy. The person doesn't exist, so it doesn't make them happy. It just, like, you can't name one reason that benefits the person who does not exist.
In the very, very off chance that they are born something like a primary psychopath, I guarantee you every time, if they are raised in the ideal circumstances, that they will be generally what you would call happy.
It still does not
How
justify.
can you guarantee that? You can't guarantee that. My mother was the most optimistic person in the world, and I turned out a pessimist.
Even if they are happy, it still does not make their original imposition selfish. It still
Right.
is not for their benefit. It was for the parents' benefit. They wanted to, even if I were to concede your point, it's the parents who wanted to have happy children. The child does not exist, so the child never wanted to be happy, because happiness is something that can only be experienced after they exist.
If happiness exists. And you can see all kinds of studies.
It really comes down to a highly metaphysical answer that I don't think you're going to like. But I can provide it if you like.
And
Okay.
if it's based in mysticism and that we're just immortal, that if you're going, like, I need something that is substantiated based on verifiable facts. I don't like these philosophical queries and circular arguments about how life wants life. And no, I want to know that I consented to my existence, that I benefited from being part of existence. And unless you can say that, then it's still selfish.
Well,
By the way,
I would
LA,
say from your perspective, I would think that you would probably still call it selfish, actually.
Right. It is. It just is. There's no other way to look at it.
by the way, LA, I updated my Wheel of Misery, and it's much more legible now. I'll send you a photo.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
Well, here's what I was going to say, LA, is that basically, it comes down to we're all God experiencing itself in a different form or version of itself. It's the will having all these different experiences, which basically equate to the totality of the will in being. So everything around you is experiencing you, you're experiencing it. And because the will is essentially eternal, it has no beginning and it has no end, in order for it to have novelty in its experience, it needs to have these versions of itself, which are basically finite, limited beings, which experience suffering and ignorance and death.
Right, but you can't be a god and a slave at the same time. So if we're slaves to the will, then we're not gods.
I have a thought experiment, and that's good for anti-natalism, and I want to play off of it on it a little bit. I'll give you the thought experiment. I'll be interested in hearing what you all have to say. So let's say you have a cage for a hamster, okay? And you get the hamster and you put the hamster in a cage. The way I see it, our life is analogous to that hamster, except that they put like traps for the hamster, or they put a lot of bad stuff for the hamster. Like they say, the struggle of the hamster, like you add like traps that can trap the hamster and harm the hamster, that going through that pain for the hamster or bypassing those struggles will make the hamster stronger. And I disagree with that, because the whole point is, why is there a cage in the first place? Why are you putting the hamster in there in the first place? You see what I'm trying to say? And that problem applies everywhere. Like, why do we live in a material universe that has so much pain? Why bring a child into it to just simply be disillusioned and suffer? And this is my problem with monotheism. I mean, because if there is a God, why even create a material universe full of suffering in the first place? And why bring children into that in much the same way? Why would you put traps and devices that could potentially harm a hamster.
I have to
Can
respond
you,
to this.
can you
I have
respond to what I said
this,
before that, though?
I have to respond to Avian really quick, okay? Avian doesn't. It's the hamster is putting itself in the trap, is the thing, Avian. It's not some external force that's like, you're going through this, all this suffering. No, it's God becoming or being a hamster, willingly going through all this stuff to test its own principles.
Yeah, I don't agree
This is
because
why I said, this is why I said that I know Ale would not agree with my position. I figured.
No, I want you to explain it. How can you be a God and a slave at the same time? Because you're basically saying that nature is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it. We're slaves to the will. We just have to continue procreating. How are you a God when you're just a slave to biology and you just do whatever the will tells you to do?
It's not. You're not a slave to biology. Nature. The nature of being is that you, as a free will or an expression of the ultimate will, because that's what free will is, you have the ability to express yourself. That's your nature. You be in the universe, you exist in a world, and you live your life the way you feel and desire. That's
your
nature.
life, your life, not somebody else's life. So if you're saying that we do have
all life.
No, but it's not your life. It's your child's life.
Yep.
Your child's life. Your child is the one who's going to be forced to exist. So if you believe that we have free will, then that basically means that it is a voluntary act, that people do have the ability to resist the will, and so they're doing it on purpose, which makes it unethical. They are intentionally enslaving their children, and they should be held accountable for it.
Also, I want to respond to Dom. In my example,
can I get Seth Scales to respond to what I said first? Do you agree
sure,
with
no
what
problem.
I said?
Sorry. No problem.
Why do you think they should be held accountable if they do have free will and they know what they're doing?
If they are bad parents, yes, and I'm not.
No, not bad parents.
No,
perfect parents.
I've explained good parents have the right to raise their kids. I've explained I'm not.
No, I didn't talk. I'm not talking about raising their children. I'm talking about bringing them into existence without their consent.
Yes, that's fine.
So let me ask you this about me specifically. I don't want to exist. Who's accountable for that? Should my parents not be held accountable for that, for forcing me to exist against my will? Even if they were good parents, I don't want to exist now. Whose fault is that?
Well, I personally would like to know what exactly happened.
No, I just want you to answer. Whose fault is it that I exist right now and I don't want to?
Well, I would have to say your parents wouldn't.
Right. So how are they not? So you're acting like procreation is a neutral act when it's not. You're forcing someone to exist just because you want the benefit of raising children. How is that not selfish? It does not benefit me. Now I have to maintain my involuntary existence. I have to be a wage slave, obey unjust laws that I don't consent to, have incalculable extraction from my involuntary existence, all because they wanted to procreate, just because they wanted the benefit of having a family. It's completely asymmetrical. They got all the benefits, and I bear all the costs.
Seth Scales, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay. You're talking to a guy who's 65. Trust me. I'm sorry. You got to realize you're not just creating a bouncing little baby or a toddler or, a child.
I think I said that, right? Didn't I say that?
I want you to address what I said, though. How is that not asymmetrical? Well, they received all the benefits. They got the pleasure of raising a child, and I bear all the costs. How is that not unjust?
You're getting benefits too, though. You're just
I
not
don't want to exist. What benefit am I getting? I didn't want to exist.
Well, first of all, the existence is finite. It's going to end. It's not going to last forever. So you got that. All right. Second of all, you are experiencing.
Wait. So if you torture someone for 1 day, that torture is going to be over. Or if you rape somebody for 1 day, that rape is going to be over, does that make it justified? Why should I have to? Why should I have to experience 80 years of suffering just so I can die? Just because they wanted to have children.
You should watch my videos, and then you would clearly know my position on those questions.
That's a deflection.
I don't want to assume that you're engaging in bad faith, but I think you already know the answer, but it's like you don't want to say it because you know that it's completely unjust. You know that it's pure extraction.
No, it's not, because it's basically just a form of you are giving another soul the opportunity to develop principles which they cannot.
They didn't consent to this so-called opportunity. It's an imposition.
But they did.
Oh, so you believe? Kyle, I guess this is going around in circle because you still believe in a soul contract that I consented to being brought into existence, even though I don't have any recollection of it. You basically know what I wanted more than I did. So my soul secretly asked my parents to bring me into existence. I just can't remember.
They're called your parents because they're the pair that rents you out for this existence.
Right. They picked me out to the state, and they had no authority to do that.
Pair rent.
Right. No. That's what it means. They rented me because they temporarily had custodial possession of me as my parents, and then they turned me over to the state.
No,
so
it's beyond the
state. Me.
It's beyond the state laws, though.
No, they rented me because they temporarily paid for my involuntary existence. They paid to maintain it, and then I bear the burden to pay the rest of it on my own. Now I have to maintain my involuntary existence. They set it in motion. Now I have to be a wage slave and work to maintain a life that I never asked for in the first place. So that's what makes them pair rents. They rented me, but they didn't actually pay for it. I'm the one who actually has to pay for it. I'm the one who has to pay for my involuntary existence. They didn't actually pay for it. They just maintained me, which means that they rented me. They rented a slave and then turned me over to the state.
So let me ask you this. Do you think that because a parent has children that they should just care for that child their whole life?
Yes, absolutely. They have a moral, and even though they're, okay, first of all, let me just step back and reframe it. Why should I have to pay to maintain an existence that I never consented to in the first place? Why is that my responsibility? And how does that benefit me? It benefits them, not me. Explain how I benefit from maintaining my involuntary existence, just so that they can get the benefit of raising children.
It comes down to the fact that you're eternal and you're having an experience that you can never have nor ever will have again.
This eternal argument does not negate the fact that I still have to work. I still have to pay taxes. I still have to pay rent. Why should I have to bear those costs when I never consented to being brought into existence in the first place?
The problem with those things, those are unnatural forces. Is that
okay? But they put me in these unnatural conditions. So they imposed it on me. You can say it's unnatural. It still does not negate the fact that they imposed those unnatural circumstances.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And the reason is because the collective has ignorantly and naively accepted coercion and theft into their heart as legitimate.
And they subjected me to the collective by bringing me into existence. Why are you being so? Why are you not stating the obvious? It's like you're trying to dance around. You can say the collective. You can talk about the state. But who threw me to the state? Who threw me to the wolves to be?
The state did not always exist. No.
The state existed at the time that they procreated. They knew that the state existed. They knew that I would be oppressed, and they did it anyway. So these harms were completely foreseeable.
Well, the problem is most people think the state is a good thing. That's the problem.
It's not the state. I'm 65. My body's falling apart. I'm terrified of death. Please don't do this to another individual.
Also, can
Well,
I,
but the reason why I don't want to address that because he's just going to say that's natural. That's not your parents' fault. I just want to talk about the foreseeability part that they know that they're intentionally forcing you to be a wage slave. Because if you try to address the whole fact that you're going to age and decline, he's going to say that's not your parents' fault. I just want to talk about the stuff that they actually know, that they're actually enslaving you to the state and forcing you to pay for your
But I'm enslaved to the fact I'm going to die in the next 10, 15 years. It's terrifying. I might die sooner than that. It might be miserable death.
He doesn't care about that though. He's not going to.
But what right does he have to inflict this on when he's 27 years old? He's going to sign somebody else up for a ride that he's only 1/3 experienced. That's not fair.
I don't even have kids.
I know, but you're taking a very pro-natalist stance.
Well,
Yeah,
I've said if people raise and have kids in the ideal circumstances, there's nothing wrong with that.
yeah, I want
See, that's the reason why I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole, Pastor D, because he's talking about the ideal circumstance. Even in the ideal circumstance, they're still going to age, decline, and eventually die. They're going to get sick. They're going to experience unpleasant weather. They're still going to have to hunt. They still could face injuries. Why? What gives you legitimate authority to do that?
Yeah, I want to focus on. I want to ask Dom something and also connect to what JC is saying, LA. But my example with the hamster. You know, let's say there's a guy, he breeds hamsters, he puts them in a cage. Okay, person A is a psychopath. He like adds traps for the hamsters and other stuff. He does it because he thinks it makes the hamster stronger or whatever. Person B is more loving. He cares that for the hamster. He gives the hamster everything he needs. But my point would be, it's better never to have bred the hamster in the first place, because you're basically creating the environment for the hamster. You're assuming that's what the hamster wants, and then you're putting him in the cage. You see what I mean? And you know, yeah, the hamster example. You know, I would say this life. When I look at it, you know, and I look at the cycles of life, it does seem present-like. Like there's something more insidious or something going on. I don't know. That's why I'm sympathetic of Gnosticism. I would say that you know, it's best not to have kids because you know, dying is not a pleasant thing. You know what I mean? Like I saw.
And the fear of it's even worse.
Yeah, my grandma died from Parkinson's. That was pretty.
Oh God, that's awful. Have you been to an old age home, Set Skills? Have you been to a hospice center?
Yeah, a couple times. And
have you really been? Have you been to the dementia ward?
I know old people. Okay, like I've seen my grandfather. He's 97. My great grandfather.
Okay, you might have good genes. They might age well, but the average old age home is a misery.
I don't doubt it. That's because they're pumped full of drugs and they're on all this fast food.
No, it's because their bodies are fucking falling apart and their minds are gone.
It's designed to break their bodies down over time. They're honest. They live within a system that is inherently predatory, and they empower the predator.
Then don't bring someone here that's going to get preyed upon. That's all we're asking. But go ahead.
He did not consent to inhabit their bodies in the first place. I feel like this is not going to go anywhere because I think he still believes in a soul contract. So he believes that you did consent. I don't know how to respond to that.
Well, it always goes this way.
We have to expand beyond the scientific outlook because that's a huge part of the reason why the world is even so messed up in the first place. The
world is what it is. We're not going to change the world. The only thing we can do is not put people in the world in the first place. So the world can be as fucked up as it wants to be, but you don't have to put people, you don't have to subject human beings to the world.
But part of the way that people make it messed up is by bringing people into the world. So asking these people to change their ways, which is basically the collective, is just
Okay, let's not talk
We're
about.
not asking the world, we're asking you.
Right.
I've stated my position.
Right. So you don't have any children right now, but you could potentially procreate because you think that you could create an ideal environment to raise children, as if you're not just creating a full human being who will have all these different impositions that are completely illegitimate. So if you can give a child a quote unquote blissful childhood, then that justifies the suffering that is foreseeable.
Again, so when you say impositions that are illegitimate, I assume you're talking about the government.
I'm not just, well,
No.
I want to appeal to that just because he's an anarchist, but
Oh,
there's other impositions besides being subjected to the state.
So what is an illegitimate imposition then?
All of the impositions are illegitimate. The fact that I'm going to.
what if there's an eternal hellfire?
Well, I want to appeal because he's an anarchist, so I just want to speak his language or speak our language.
Okay, all right.
You are subjecting someone to a state. They have to obey unjust laws. They have to work. They have to pay taxes. They're likely to, well, they're going to have to live in a shelter and pay rent.
Take care of their bodies, exercise.
Right.
Well, let me
So,
tell you, here's the biggest difference, okay, is you call it imposing life on someone, and I would call it gifting someone with life.
Okay, explain to me how.
Yeah,
Wait. Explain how it's a gift that I have to pay to maintain. Usually, when you give somebody a gift, they have to pay. They pay for it themselves. So if you give me a car that I have to pay for, that's not a gift. That's an imposition, right? You can't just say, well, you're forced to pay for this car against your will. That's a gift. No, I have to pay to maintain my involuntary existence. That's not a gift.
Also, when you gift life, you also gift death and suffering. You see what I mean? You cannot have life without suffering and death. So it's not really a gift. I mean,
well, the thing is that LA does have a point, is that if you were to live here forever, you would be miserable, because this is not a place where you want to live forever.
I'm miserable even if I only live to 60. I'm still miserable. I've been miserable for the majority of my life, and it's completely unjustified.
Also, you give someone a gift. You gave me a gift, Mr. Setscales, in a box with a ribbon. I didn't like it. I could take it back to the store, or I could put it in the closet and not use it, or put it in the corner and look at it. But this gift is something that is, it's like giving a gift of a treadmill that ends in fire.
yeah, a lot of sutras say that too. Actually, the sutras say that the whole world is burning, basically, and the house is burning, and you're not looking for a way out of the house. Throwing a child into that house that's burning isn't gonna save anything.
Right.
So adding more to the suffering.
Right, adding more to the fire.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
As an anarchist, you don't believe, I'm assuming you don't believe in vertical power structures, right? So you don't believe in domination and illegitimate authority, yet the parent-child relationship is completely vertical. It's the parents dominating their child, forcing them to exist against their will, extracting from them, imposing their values on them, subjecting them to a state, forcing them to age and decline. There's nothing horizontal about that relationship.
See, this is why I talk about being a proper parent revolves around understanding that the child is their own individual. They are responsible for their own interactions in the world and how they behave. Therefore, your job as a parent is to ensure that you instill in them the best principles as detached from bias, detached from superstition, rooted in what objectively makes someone a good person, so that they go out and live a life that is essentially of non-interference and non-harm.
How is that even possible? How is it even possible for someone to be their own individual? Because first of all, when you're a child, you're completely dependent on your parents. I understand you want to raise children to be self-sufficient, but there's no such thing as self-sufficiency. You never become an autonomous human being who actually owns your life. You didn't even consent to it in the first place. You're forced to maintain it. You don't have a right to terminate it if you don't enjoy it anymore. So you're forced to exist it. You don't own your life. And that's the reason why I really would like, if I'm going to make any headway with him, I have to do it based on anarchist principles. That you don't own your life. The state owns your life.
No, this is, they want you to give them the authority.
No, they don't have authority. They have power. And because they have power, they can criminalize your right to terminate your own life and force you to exist whether you want to or not. So they have power.
You have authority. You as an individual have authority, and they want your authority to empower them. And I'm saying to stop giving them your authority.
But I can have authority. Wait, but I can have authority. I still don't have power. If I want to contract with someone to terminate my life, I may have authority to do that. I don't have the power to do that because the state has criminalized it.
Power is basically just commanding large amounts of people to do things, typically revolving around violence and force. But because you have authority over yourself, you have power because you are an individual interacting in the objective world, which is what
subjecting your child to that power. And I'm not sure why you're obfuscating and trying to like circle around the issue that as the parent, you set this whole thing into motion.
Well, yes, because whatever reason the parents had to have a child, most of them are bad. Most parents are bad parents.
All biological parents are bad parents.
No, there's been good parents in history.
Even if they're good parents.
I would say there's not been many. There's not been enough.
Can you guarantee your child's outcome? Can you guarantee they'll be happy, healthy, successful, well-adjusted?
You can't guarantee your own outcome.
Right.
That's not the question.
But you didn't correct yourself. You created your child.
Right.
So by correcting your child, you subjected them to all kinds of suffering, and you could not ensure their happiness. So you did not have legitimate authority to take that risk.
Well, your job as a parent is not to create happiness for your child. Happiness is a trap. And I've said happiness is a trap multiple times because it's based in a fleeting moment and it's basically based in being content with fortune.
Okay, so if it's not based on happiness, that basically means that they're not doing it to benefit the child. They're doing it to extract, which means they have all these duties, and that they're going to suffer. You know that there's going to be more suffering than happiness, but you're going to do it anyway.
A good parent wants to have a child who's going to have a meaningful life. This does not necessarily revolve around happiness, because there's lots of people who go party and they're happy, and then they reach a certain age and they're like, well, I'm not so happy anymore.
Regardless of what word you want to use, they can't even ensure that their children will have a meaningful life. They can't ensure anything. They can't even ensure that they will be around to raise their children. They could actually pop out a baby and then die shortly thereafter, and then leave the child to fend for themselves.
Yep. My dad died when I was 12 years old. He left a 12-year-old, a 9-year-old, and a 5-year-old. And it fucked up the youngest the worst.
So
it destroyed him.
The hubris is astounding that you think that you have some godlike authority to enslave someone, to take all the risks, and you think it's justified. And in fact, I would say that parents are more oppressive than the state. They're exercising godlike authority over a human being that even the state can't even do. The state can't create someone out of thin air. Only parents can do that. So I would say, I've already talked about this before. The state is the first society. The parent is the first society. It is the only natural society. And I would say that the parent-child relationship is more oppressive than the relationship between you and the state.
Yeah, also I want to say this, that good parents, they have been slaughtered a lot throughout history. There are no guarantees in life. You're playing with dice. I mean, that's
what if we have World War III and you have a kid, and in 18 years, a big war breaks out, and he gets drafted. Well, I mean, is that going to be worth all this wonderful fulfillment and meaningful life when he's in a trench getting shot at? That could happen.
It's
I'm
a
gonna
fun
make a ballsy claim right
hypothetical.
now. I'm gonna make a ballsy claim right now. True compassion leads to anti-natalism. That's my ballsy claim.
I agree.
I just think you have set scales. I think you haven't suffered enough. I think you have not witnessed enough suffering. I think that you're being very dismissive about people's real life experiences, and you're making it seem like it's just an act of nature, as if parents have no agency. You're basically relegating parents to be in a role of cats and dogs who have no autonomy, no deliberation about their own reproductive capacity, and I reject that. I mean, if humans are no smarter than cats and dogs, then I don't even see why should I respect my parents? Why should children even respect or obey their parents who bred them into hell, who did not have their best interests in mind, who were just looking to extract and validate themselves? Why should obviously the only reason that children should obey their parents is because they need their parents to survive. But once they become self-sufficient, why should they have any interest in maintaining that relationship? If you're going to enslave me and extract from me, once I become self-sufficient, then I'm going to cut ties from you. You're not going to extract from me anymore.
Well, that's fine. I'd say that's the goal, and if you choose to completely cut ties, that's your choice.
But when parents procreate, they think they're getting a lifetime of benefits, a lifetime of extraction and validation, that they're creating a legacy. And so once you cut ties with them or even terminate your life, then they're not getting that return on investment.
This is why I say that most parents are bad parents. I've said this.
All biological parents are bad parents.
What makes you a good parent?
Who are you asking?
You.
I'm not a
Set
parent.
skills. Well, I know, but I mean, you're saying that you're very pro-natalist, and it sounds like you're very open to the idea of bringing a new human to this planet. And we're asking, okay, most parents are bad parents. What makes you a good parent? What gives you these outstanding skills that's going to produce this altruistic child?
Well, for starters, I haven't had a kid yet, and if I do decide to have a kid, I'm going to do it in.
Okay, so if you haven't read my book, I'm assuming, but I address the parent-child relationship, and the case law says that the duty of a parent is to raise children so that they can fulfill their duties to the state. So literally, you are creating a slave for the state. That's your duty as a parent, to raise them to be functioning, contributing members of society who will, legitimize the state. That is your role as a parent under statism.
Well, here's the thing: is you're saying people to stop having kids, and I'm saying people to stop empowering the state.
You are empowering the state by procreating.
What's a more viable option?
You're empowering the state by procreating.
Stop empowering the state by stop following their laws, stop paying taxes, stop watching the news.
Stop creating.
And then your kid will be in jail.
Stop creating subjects to the state in the first place.
That's the thing. If enough people did it, they couldn't throw everyone in jail.
If enough people stop procreating, they could dismantle the state.
Gotcha.
You think people are going to do that? You think that people have this whole revolutionary spirit that you're talking about? No, they're slaves. They're natural slaves, and they want to be compliant, and they want you to be compliant also. If you want to be an anarchist and you want to rebel against it, they're looking at you like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You must be crazy. You need to go to some mental health facility. They're not going to help you. I talked about that whole thing about activism, how they don't want to change anything. They're all these free riders. They rely on a very tiny percentage of the population to do everything. They're not activists. They don't even think that way. They're not wired that way. So whatever system you are breeding your children into, that's the system that you're going to get. There is no improvement. There is no incrementalism. It is what it is. It's going to get worse. It's not going to get better.
It's more likely than people stopping a natural act, is what I'm saying.
No. Okay.
This is what you're not getting. This is the point I don't think you're getting. I'm trying to make. Okay. Having children is a natural act. The state is not a natural act. It's
but you're subjecting them to the unnatural entity.
But it's much easier to get people to stop supporting unnatural things than natural things which have been around since before the state.
Okay, well, you do that. Don't put that on a kid.
Okay, you know what? I don't think you can reason with some people. I think I need to take. I don't know. It's too hard because I do see the problems, and it's like I want to address them all at once, and I'm only one person. But the solution is you basically these people are not rational actors. You basically have to create financial incentives for them to become sterilized, pay them to get sterilized. I don't even think you should try to educate them because these people are beyond education. These people are just cats and dogs who can't think for themselves. So you just need to treat them the same way you would treat a cat or a dog.
If that happened in LA, you probably would start seeing a revolution.
No, I'm not talking about forcing people to get sterilized. I'm talking about paying them to get sterilized.
Hey, as a pastor, I do a 2-for-1 special. I circumcise and vasectomize.
Oh, yeah. If you pay them enough, yeah, people would probably do it.
Right. So that's the only answer. Stop trying to reason with them. These people don't give a fuck. They're selfish. If they can get a new, I don't know, a new pair of clothes, they can go out and have fun with some money, then that is the only thing that is going to appeal to them. But appealing to them about how their children will suffer, how they're going to bear all these costs, they don't give a fuck about that. You have to appeal to their selfishness.
Good point. I think Amendum did a whole segment on that, paying people not to have kids instead of the other way around. Where a single mother gets subsidies until the kid's 18.
No, they shouldn't get any subsidy. They should be paying more into the system because they're
right.
Yeah, that would make sense. Like actually incentivizing people not to have kids because that would help like fix so many things. But they don't give a shit about that.
No, they're so short-sighted. They've got us in the United States. I can't speak for Persia, but in the United States, they've got a social security system. They've got all these corporate positions. They got all these houses they got to fill and keep the housing prices up. And without bodies, the whole thing kind of in the short term falls apart. And I realize that.
But let me say this.
The China one-child policy. It's not that they told people that you can't procreate. It's just when you have more than one child, you're going to be cut off from the system. You forfeit any right to social benefits. And so they naturally decided to not procreate because it wasn't in their rational self-interest. Well, they did procreate. They just practiced infanticide. But
right, female infanticide.
Too, when I was born in America, I went to the Deep South. You believe that the Deep South? And, I saw some crazy stuff. There was this very friendly gay guy. I was friends with him. People bullied him to death. You believe that? They bullied him to death, and he killed himself. The poor guy. And the point I'm trying to make is that life is not easy. Like people are always, there are people out there, they want to fuck you over, and even though you didn't do anything wrong, what I'm trying to say is that life is not easy. There's no guarantees. It's not good to throw a kid into that. like really, like look at.
Hey, skills. What if your kid was gay or transgender or both?
It really wouldn't bother me.
It wouldn't bother you that he'd be bullied? I mean, we have a campaign in this country right now against transgenders. The president has a crusade against them.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that if I have a kid, they're not going to be a transgender until they're after 18, because I'm not going to be giving them no drugs or hormones or anything like that.
Right, but what if they identify and they're a boy and they act very girlish and they want to do the whole skit?
There are things that we just have to deal with in life. I can't shield them all from the world. This is why I say a parent's role is to prepare them to best navigate the world. To be
okay. So we I guess the conclusion is that you don't care if your children suffer. I guess my question would be, how much would we need to pay you to not have children?
I care about how my children handle the suffering is what I care about. Suffering is inevitable.
How much would we have to pay you to not have children?
I personally don't even really care about money, so I don't think you could pay me. If I'm gonna have children, I'm gonna have them, but yeah, money's not gonna influence my decision. That's
okay,
for
then what can we do
that's
to
for the sheep, JC? That's for the people you said who are like the cats and dogs who operate based off of programs and scripts.
What can we do to convince you to not procreate?
You have to prove that it's out of alignment with natural law, which is impossible because it is in alignment with natural law.
Okay.
Okay.
So eating your young. So's eating your young.
I just want to be clear about what you're asking me, because then if that's what I need to do, then I will see if I can do that. You want me to prove that procreation is out of alignment with natural law?
Yes, prove that a natural act that every living thing does is out of alignment with natural law.
Well, the consequences are out of alignment with natural law. And so, okay.
No, the consequences are a product of natural law because in our world, we're living out of alignment with it.
Is natural law ethical?
Natural law is ethics. It literally is ethics.
The reason why it's out of alignment with natural law is because when you're born, you don't even own your life. The state owns you from the moment you come out. You get a birth certificate, and no court has ever recognized the principle of self-ownership. So, if you don't own your life, then it is out of alignment with natural law.
The state is finite.
So if I prove to you that the state actually owns your life, would that prove that we're out of alignment with natural law?
I know that we're out of alignment with natural law, but it wouldn't prove that having children is out of alignment with natural law, because there are circumstances in which the state does not exist. There's been times in history in which the state has not existed, and it is inevitable that civilization will fall again. And you can't show that when there's a state that does not claim ownership over your life, and if individuals are allowed to claim ownership over their lives, that having children in those conditions is out of alignment with natural law, because it is not.
You see, I want to say something. I want to add some stuff. When you become existential and you think deeply about nature and survival and the mob mentality of people, and other stuff like that, you see human beings, all of nature does kind of feel imprisoning to some extent, because you are throwing kids to survive in the jungle and stuff, and that's gonna have suffering, it's gonna have betrayal, it's gonna have a lot of crazy stuff. So you were talking about the eternal. I would say the eternal cannot be of this world, because in the sense that this world is endless fire, it's endless burning and stuff. So there's ethical issues there, you know what I'm trying to tell you? Like, there are certain experiences you could come across in life that could make you wish you were never born. like getting abducted by a serial killer or something like that. And what I'm trying to tell you is that your natural law or your naive optimism about this world being a great place, even without a state, it's not really that great. You know, it's you have to always anticipate dangers. You have to always be cautious. You see what I'm trying to say? It's not good to have faith that things can get better in this world. You see what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
That's right. And then disease or injury and old age is going to hit you, and it can hit you at any time.
100%. You know, 100%. Yeah, old age, sickness, and death. You know, the Buddha talked about that. Yeah, this is
Taxes and death.
why monks do not have kids, and why a lot of older Buddhist monks, they were anti-natalists. Like they strongly discouraged people from having kids and stuff, like, because it's just throwing them into a burning house. You know what I mean? That's what you're doing.
Right. And you got to acknowledge most religions acknowledge some kind of eternal hellfire. Think about eternal hellfire. You want us to throw somebody into that, possibly? That's just cruel.
This thing about eternal hellfire, I don't even know where it really comes from. It's made up.
Yeah, let me tell you.
We don't know that. I don't personally believe it, but I can't rule it out.
It's not found anywhere in Mesopotamian mythology. I don't know if it even exists in Egyptian.
Oh, Zoroastrianism has a concept of hell.
Doesn't exist. I don't think it exists in the form of fire in Zoroastrianism, does it, Avian? I don't know.
Yeah, I want to talk about something quickly. Okay, let's say you find a piece of artwork you like that is more peaceful. You immerse your mind in that artwork and you truly love it, okay? But then you come to this life, this life of dog eat dog world, this life of other beings devouring each other in mass. Is not a very pleasant one. I mean, you can contrast like different worlds in your mind, and this one really does feel imprisoning in a sense. You see what I'm trying to say here? Because there are no guarantees in life besides old age, sickness, and death. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and not even old age.
I just have a
That's
question.
not a guarantee.
Seth Scouts, can you define how you use the term natural law?
Natural law is the set of immutable conditions which rules or governs the behavior for the beings with the intellectual capacity to understand their actions and how it relates to their world they're living in. So basically, we act in the world. There are consequences which are generated in the world based off of how we act, and we are forced to live in the world that we create for ourselves. This is natural law.
So, based on that definition, how is enslaving a child to existence not a violation of natural law? It's not like you're giving them freedom; you're enslaving them. I mean, even if you don't want to concede the entire point about procreation in general, how can you not concede the point about procreating under a state? You are intentionally enslaving someone. How is that not a violation of natural law? If I was a slave on a plantation picking cotton, and I create a new slave who's going to also pick cotton, how am I not violating that child's natural rights?
I agree that there are many situations in which people should not have children.
But no, I just want to stick to this one, because I know you're not going to concede the entire thing. But can you concede at least that procreating under a state is a violation of natural law?
If you are doing it for the reasons of having welfare, or
it doesn't matter about your reasons. It's about the child's life, that you are enslaving them to the state, regardless of your reasons.
I think it does matter. I think it does largely come down to your reasons and the environment that you're bringing your child up in.
Right. The environment is that you're doing it under a state where they're going to get a birth certificate, social security number. They're going to have to be a wage slave.
But you can limit their involvement with the state as a child, for example, by not subjecting them to public school.
I think you're just not. I think you're not being honest right now. You know that the point that I'm trying to make, and for whatever reason you don't want to concede anything. I'm not.
Well,
as
I mean,
anarchist, you may not.
If you can have a child who's going to make a difference in the world, who actually like.
How do you know that?
Like if they do, well, like the same way you don't know if they're going to live a life of suffering. You don't know what.
So why gamble? Why gamble?
Did they consent to make a difference in the world, or is that something that you impose on them?
If they choose to do it in their life, then yeah, they chose.
No. But you procreated with that specific intent that you were going to create a child who's going to make a difference in the world, but they did not consent to that.
I mean, as far as in the moment of me having a child, no, they did not consent to that. But there has to be someone who in the future is going to have to bear the responsibility of fixing this world. If
why you fix the world?
You're making an appeal to necessity. You're making an appeal to necessity. You're basically saying that the world has to exist. No, therefore, there has to be more people to extract from in order to maintain this system, which they never chose to exist in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to also add something to this. I want to read a short quote that ties into what Dom was saying. I don't think we can truly better the world. It's not possible. Let me tell you why. The only way you can better it is to refrain from having children or to step outside the world. And this is the quote I want to read. It's from Cormac McCarthy. There is no such thing as life without bloodshed. I think the notion that the species can be improved in some way, that everyone could live in harmony, is a really dangerous idea. Those who are afflicted with this notion are the first ones to give up their souls, their freedom. Your desire that it be that way will enslave you and make your life vacuous. So my point with that is that a child cannot end the suffering of this world. If you bring a child into this world, what you will invariably do is increase suffering. A child cannot end suffering in the world. You see what I'm trying to say? This is the kind of stuff that is leading to transhumanist utopian delusions. You see what I mean? So it's the best.
And I also think that what you're saying is dangerous because it sounds very collectivist. It sounds like it doesn't matter what the individual experiences, as long as the collective benefits from it, then it's justified. As an anarchist, I would expect you to be a proponent of individual rights.
There are individual. I've told you the individual gains, which are to have an experience where you can develop principles that you cannot have.
And they did not consent to those experiences, though.
Perception.
They did not consent to that.
From our perspective, no.
So that's something that parent wanted. The parent wanted their child to have these experiences.
Most of the time, yes.
No, all the time. There's not a person to exist to say, I want to experience anything.
Most of the time, children do. Most children seem to love life and seem to be experiencing life. Most babies as well.
I'm not sure if you've read the literature on my book or even David Benatar's book, that once someone, like, people have no interest into being brought into existence in the first place, but once they are brought into existence, they have an interest in continuing to existing because nobody wants, basically people have an aversion to their own annihilation. So nobody wants to die, even anti-natalists. I don't want to die, but I think it's the only way to eliminate my suffering. But the fact that I don't want to die does not mean that I want to live.
Can I ask a personal question, LA? What are you suffering from exactly?
From, well, primarily state oppression. The state has deprived me of the right to earn a livelihood. The state controls me. The state extracts from me. The state has made my life a living hell. The state, well, I have a social security number, a driver's license. I have massive student loans that I will never be able to pay. And the only reason I took those student loans is because the state would not allow me the right to earn a livelihood without getting their raggedy occupational license. I have to work to maintain my involuntary existence. I'm subjected to constant domination in the form of capitalist extraction. I don't feel that I own my life. I don't think that I own my property because the state can actually destroy my property. And then when I sue them, they claim sovereign immunity. So I have no rights. I'm an abject slave from my perspective, and I don't enjoy my existence. So that's my suffering. And additionally, I'm eventually going to age and decline. I'm already aging, right? We're all aging and declining. But eventually my body's going to start deteriorating, and I'm going to be forced to continue existing against my will unless I am able to decriminalize medical assistance in dying, which I should not have to do that because my parents should have done that before they created me. We talk about these circumstances, raising children in the ideal environment. No, they raised me in an entirely unideal environment.
Right.
In a household that was infested with rodents, which I have an extreme phobia of. I was abused as a child. I was constantly beaten with extension cords, punched, dragged down the stairs. And this person is gaslighting me, talking about how I benefited from this. I didn't benefit from anything. I had a miserable existence my entire life.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, for me, it's kind of similar, but art gives me an escape, art, aesthetic experiences, and also, my pets, stuff like that. But the thing I've noticed with the masses of people is, a lot of people are just naturally coercive. A lot of people are naturally domineering and stuff. It's not a pleasant experience to, working 9 to 5 is slavery, for the state. I've done some shitty jobs, that or have basically been very oppressive. Like my boss was like cursing me out and other shit. One of them for my my programming job, stuff like that. I would say that overall, if I'm gonna tell you, Dom, if there is an eternal, it cannot be embedded in the material world. It has to have some degree of decoupling from this world. Like the eternal is not here, the striving and the grasping of signs, or just perpetuating existence and having children. You just it's like a meat grinder. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
yeah.
Like read some
By
history.
the way, Mr. Buddha, your English is amazing.
Thank you. Yeah,
You're welcome.
I think some people just don't understand the tragedy in life. There's a big tragedy. It's a tragedy.
It can go so wrong in so many ways. And I'll speak for my life. I was born into a wealthy family, relatively loving. I mean, didn't want for anything. I wasn't unreasonably beaten. I got spankings, but not like LA with the whipping and the constant beating. And maybe it's because my father died when I was 12. I don't know. But I know I have this depressive attitude. And I know my brother has it. And my middle brother died when he was 58 years old. So he didn't even get to be old.
Okay, I guess I would like to sit on that for a moment, because there's this whole idea that if you're wealthy, that basically you're guaranteed happiness. And
Bullshit.
No, I disagree with that.
So can you talk about that for a minute? Like, if you're wealthy, are you immune from suffering? Like, do you?
No. I mean, the only advantages that wealth gives you is when problems come up, they're easier to fix in most cases. But once a human has food, clothing, shelter, basic entertainment, transportation, that's really all a human needs. It doesn't matter if you have a Ferrari or a Toyota, people glamorize wealth. And really, what most of my wealth does? It sits on a balance sheet. It sits in the stock market. I watch it go up and down every day. No, it does not guarantee happiness. It prevents, lack of wealth can prevent a lot of suffering.
Right, abject poverty. Right.
Yes, right. But once your basic needs are met, it doesn't buy you happiness. And here's another problem with wealth is you look up to the people who are now gone and they're gods, and you try to measure yourself to these godly people that have accomplished, tremendous things. And you look at yourself and say, fuck, why can't I be like that? And you've got this constant guilt trip. You've got a guilt trip about not measuring up to your forefathers, and you've got the guilt trip of being wealthy. You feel guilt.
I dated a wealthy guy, and I mean, although it wasn't my money, I sort of lived that lifestyle. He took me out to expensive restaurants, took me shopping and all that stuff. And for whatever reason, I was not happy. And so I ended that relationship because it just wasn't for me. It
didn't lift you up.
No, I felt like he was very smothering. He took up a lot of my time. His interests were not really the same as mine. He was significantly older than me. When we went out, I got like these stares and stuff. So it's like the fact that he had money did not eliminate the problems. We still had interpersonal conflicts. And
Also, I think people who are wealthy or have more leisure time, they can spend more time reading history and learning more things, because a lot of people work a lot. I know some people and like some immigrants who tend to work hard, they tend to have a kind of naive optimism. Like they don't have the time to look into history. Like, for example, what Poland went through was insane in the 20th century. Like, and other countries have gone through similar massacres and genocide. I mean, the point I'm trying to get at is that history is not bright. History is just largely bloodshed and other crap like that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And look at all the revolutions, the Russian Revolution and the French Revolution. I mean, and all the conflict. I mean, when the czars were killed, there was 4 years of civil war in that country. I mean, that was major bloodshed too. And so was the French Revolution.
Holodomor was pretty crazy. Yeah, that's crazy shit after crazy shit. Yeah.
And World War II was the bloodiest, and that was because one crazy man wanted to take over the world. That's really what started the whole thing. It was so unnecessary, but we had to go to war.
No, that's a very simplistic view of World War II. It was
Probably
not one man wanting to take over the world.
Well, we thought it was, and he declared war on us after Pearl Harbor, so that's why he went to war with Germany. But
that's part of the reason.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's multiple currents, but
really, I mean, it comes down to that people trust the government, and they think that when there's a bad person or some crisis, the government's going to solve it. So they put all this energy into the government, and so then the government has this explosion of GDP, producing all these tanks and ships. And,
well, let me say this though. I say that government, the state makes the pre-existing human condition worse. But even before the state, like the Vikings, they did stuff like Blood Eagle, and you had like Mongols. They didn't have a state; they were nomadic people. And they went around massacring tons of people.
They had a hierarchy.
Always kill each other.
Like coercion still. They still had rulers. They still had some dude sitting at the the head of the long haul, telling everyone what to do, how to divide their resources. The Mongols still had Genghis Khan and his sons. They took that so seriously that at his funeral, they killed everyone so no one could even know where he was buried.
Yeah, but this is the point I want to make, though. Mob mentality is real, and in a mob, you don't need someone directing everything. That could happen.
How are you not supporting the state if you're giving the state more subjects?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Are there anti-natalists who are not anarchists?
Right.
Yeah, I'm not an anarchist.
Of course, most of them are not anarchists, but at the end of the day, they're still not giving the state more subjects. So I would say they're more correct than an anarchist who procreates, because that's a glaring contradiction. They're actually taking a more ethical stance. They're actually, even though they're not doing it intentionally, they're dismantling the state by not procreating.
Not if they're voting.
Yeah,
not if they're advocating for the taxation of their neighbor. They're not more ethical than people.
Okay, maybe they're not doing it during their lifetime, but they're not creating. They don't have any progeny. So when they die, they're not creating. There's not a legacy of status behind them.
I also want to say this. I'm a post-industrial anarchist, but pre-industrial times it's different. Let me tell you why it's different. Because you see, you have to look at it biologically. You see, if you look at chimpanzee social structures and you look at human social structure, they are similar. Like in pre-industrial times, even if you don't have a state, people will naturally form hierarchical structures. You know what I mean? And that's still going to lead to oppression. You see what I mean? That's just the way it is.
Yep. Yep. And the more people we have, and they're projecting by 2050, we're going to be at 10 billion people.
I think it's the same issue. I don't think that people consent to the state any more than they consent to being brought into existence. I think it's the same issue. There's no consent.
Well, people think they have consent over the state. That's one thing. I don't
consent over the state.
I don't think most people think they have control over if they're born or not, or at least I wouldn't think so. I don't really know, though.
Wait a minute.
Can I ask? You live in the States, right? You live in the United States, right? So Skills, Dom.
Yeah.
Okay, and you, I suspect, have a house or an apartment and a car and clothes and a TV and all the shit, right?
Yes, you're gonna call me fortunate, right? Or privileged?
No. That's not my point. My point is that you are submitting to the state, even though you say, well, I'm going to raise somebody who's going to live outside the state and do all these wonderful things, but you haven't done it. I mean, you live within the system.
I do.
So your children will likely live within the system.
Right.
I do so minimally.
Okay, but even if you do it minimally, you can't ensure that your children will do it minimally. Now, I want to go back, because before we forget, so that if I address this 10 minutes later, then people say, well, I didn't say that, I forgot. What you just said was, I don't think most people think they consent to being brought into existence. Yet, you previously said that we do consent because it is so our souls wanted to be brought into existence.
Well, when I say that, I'm saying, like, if you asked people and surveyed them, I would think that most people would say no, but I don't really know.
Okay, but even when I said it, you basically didn't agree with me. I'm saying I did not consent to being born in existence, and you're telling me that I did.
You did, in the sense that you are the larger will which separated itself in the form of an individual. You just seem to be a more self-loathing individual.
Self-loathing? No, I actually have high self-esteem. I actually don't think that I deserve to suffer and die. I don't think that
the wrong word. You resent existing. You seem to.
Yeah, you did say that. Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Now, go online, and they've got a lot of surveys and studies. People hate their jobs.
Not natural.
Well, but you're in the system.
I don't understand why you keep bringing that up. It's not natural. The bottom line is that you subjected your children to these unnatural conditions. And you're saying unnatural as if that's a defense. You knew that these unnatural conditions existed before you procreated. So how is that not the parents' fault?
Because there's always the potential to eliminate the unnatural and replace it with the natural.
So I'm going to torture my children and then say there's always the potential that they could free themselves from the torture that I subjected them to. And bottom line is that the human species has existed for what, a million years. There's always this whole hope that things are they're finally going to get it right. If we just keep procreating, we're going to breed ourselves.
We had it right. We're like human beings, like many thousands of years ago before the state, lived much better lives than we do now. Way better.
So, okay. If you're right, then that basically means that things are getting worse, not better.
Yeah.
Which means that they should not procreate. Because you're making it seem like there's this hope for a better future, but you're telling me that things are actually getting worse.
And let's be honest here. Let's say that all the supply chains and the state were to collapse now. There will be a high level of chaos that would make you wish you were never born, because people will be, what I'm trying to say is that it's better not to have kids, because we're moving towards a cataclysm. I mean, that's what I see. And so like we're moving towards atrocities and other stuff. But
after the cataclysm, there's going to be more births, and then these people might, and I say might because typically what happens after cataclysms is the state just rebuilds itself. But there will be some people who will have the chance to live a life separate from the state.
Yeah, but you see, you're saying it's cyclical, right? And if it's cyclical, then it's best to end the cycle. You see what I mean? Because it's not good to have optimism that if it collapses, we can do better. We can make things more peaceful. But what I'm trying to tell you is the natural. It doesn't care about your moral sensibilities. It doesn't care if you suffer or not. It's just dog eats dog. Yeah, and stuff.
No, Avon. Here's the thing about the cycles you don't understand is that we empower the cycles.
No.
By choosing to build all this shit that we've built, all this technology that is basically a metastasis on the earth, we are forcing the cycle to be similar to how a body reacts to a viral infection. It's going to be violent for us.
No, you're forcing the cycle by procreating. That's the root cause of it.
No, the cycle could be so subtle. The cycle's end could be so subtle that no one would even notice.
No, but you're talking about behavior that happened. You're talking about behavior that happened after the person is brought into existence, but the original imposition is the cycle.
Yeah, but the cycle is also, painful because of disease and other stuff like we're saying. But you are right that we're making the cycle worse with the state and with technology. But the point is, even if you strip away the state and technology, you're still going to have suffering. You're still going to have, disease. You're still going to have war and fighting. It's not like we're going to live in Kumbaya land. You see what I'm saying?
It's going to be on a far smaller scale. That's the point. And it's going to be on a manageable scale to a point where, if there's some like bad person in your neighborhood, if you go out like as a so-called vigilante, you aren't going to be prosecuted by the state for, actually stopping someone from doing harm in the world. That's what I'm talking about.
I just think everybody has this false hope that things are just going to get better. They can't accept reality for what it is. They can't look at what's happening right now. It's just, I'm just going to have children and then hope that by the time they become adults that they'll actually get whatever hopeful future that I think they should have. And of course, that never happens because their future actually looks much bleaker than what their parents ever envisioned. And then when their children inevitably suffer, They act like, oh, I didn't know that was going to happen. I didn't think that my child would be sexually assaulted. I didn't know that my child would be a wage slave working at Walmart. These things are so unforeseeable. I didn't know that my child would be thrown into a prison to produce license plates for the state. I didn't know that my child would be a part of the school to prison pipeline.
I just want to mention that the book I'm working on literally revolves around the apocalypse, which is civilization ending through the unveiling by people realizing that it is inherently predatory. And I describe, well, I haven't gotten to this part yet, but I'm going to describe how the cataclysm is basically brought about by how in alignment we are with natural law. Because if we look at cataclysms of the past, such as the Bronze Age, for example, where everyone was at war with each other, everyone was fighting over resources, the environment reacted to them harshly and reset them back to something that reduced Egypt, reduced the Hittites, reduced the Mycenaeans to basically feudal lands and petty warlords.
I just want to step back for a minute. Do you think the parent-child relationship is vertical or horizontal?
I mean, it really depends on the individual.
No, do you think it's even possible? Is it even possible for a child to be equal to their parents?
Yes.
I don't know. I've never seen that. I think that parents, they discipline their children. They subject them to their rules. I've never seen, it's not even possible for a child to be equal to the parents. It's the parents who dictate everything.
Especially from age 1 to 12.
The parent-child relationship is inherently vertical.
I also want to say something about natural law.
I just want him to respond to it before we move on.
Yeah,
Can you acknowledge that it is a vertical relationship where the parent necessarily dominates the child, even if they're not doing it on purpose, even if they have good intentions and they're trying to be as progressive as they want to be, they're this because of the nature of the relationship, because the child is dependent on a parent. Is that not a relationship based on domination?
The reason that there's this perceived domination is because the child is still learning their body. They're still learning the world.
I'm not asking about the reason. I'm just asking about the structure.
No, the reason is important. Because
is it vertical or is it horizontal?
It's balanced.
Oh my God!
The reason it's balanced.
I don't like how you don't give honest responses. These are not
how is this not an honest response? I think you're just not satisfied with your response.
You don't have to agree with me, but you're just
to your arbitrary standard. I think that's
how is a 3-year-old not completely subjective to their parents?
I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying to explain why, and then you're just saying my answer is not good enough.
No, I'm not saying that.
Like sidestepping the answer.
I'm asking you to answer it first. If you want to expound on it after, is it vertical or is it horizontal?
I say it's balanced.
That's not an answer. That's a non-sequitur.
No, it isn't. It's not one or the other. It should be both. Now, can it be one or the other? Yeah, in an unideal circumstance. But as I'm saying,
okay, is it top down or is it lateral? Which direction does that relationship flow?
It's more circular or triangular. It's more triangular. It's a relationship between the parent and the child and higher principles. And the state.
Okay, let me make my point more specific. If I want to do something that my parents don't want me to do they have power to force me to do it anyway against my will?
Okay, this goes back to what I was saying earlier.
If I want to eat something that my parents don't want me to eat.
Can I make my point? I'm going to make my point. Okay. The child is still learning their body. They're still learning the world. And that means that they have potential to do things in the world which are not good for them, that the parent knows is not good for them.
That makes it vertical.
Yep.
Well, no, because the goal is to make it so that the parent doesn't have to be there every time to handhold. They just
even if it's temporarily vertical, meaning that you're trying to raise them to be self-sufficient so that you can eventually have a horizontal relationship while you are dependent on your parent, that during that entire time, that is a vertical relationship.
Because of a lack of knowledge, but it doesn't make
it doesn't
make the child unequal.
But that child did not choose to have a lack of knowledge. That parent created a child who had a lack of knowledge, who was born into a vertical relationship.
And therefore, it's the responsibility of the parent to adequately teach the child how to.
Okay, but I still want to address the original question. Why will you not concede that it is a vertical relationship? It is. The child is dependent. The parents set the rules. The parents have all the power. The child has no power.
The parents have the money. The parents have the house. The parents have all the resources.
The parents don't decide what is right and wrong in the world.
No, I'm not talking about the world right now. I'm still sticking to the family relationship. The parent-child relationship is vertical.
No, because I'm telling you, it's a trinity. It's a trinity relationship between the parent, child, and higher principles.
So if it's equal, why was my mother allowed to beat me, but I could not hit her back?
Well, the only reason for that is because they're bad parents who are taking advantage of a child.
But they're only allowed to be bad parents. They're only allowed to be bad parents because the power is asymmetrical. They have all the power. I had none. If we had equal power, she would not have been able to abuse me.
Right.
Yeah, just the physical dynamic of a parent being 150 pounds and the kids, 15, 20 pounds. That's right there is a vertical.
Well, not necessarily, because the kid who could weigh less could be more intelligent.
Maybe, but he's subjective to the physical power of the parent.
Wait. I could have been more intelligent than my mother. She still was stronger than me. She still had power to beat me with this extension cords. So how was that how was that a symmetric relationship?
I think I misheard Pastor D because we were talking over each other. I thought he said there are kids who are 15 or 20 pounds heavier than other kids, and that's a...
No. I said the parent weighs 150, 180 pounds. The kid weighs 15 to 30 or 40 pounds. Right there, that's an unbalanced vertical relationship.
Yeah,
just the physical size difference.
Developed.
I don't know
sorry.
about Rousseau, but Rousseau talks about the two discourses of inequalities. He talks about natural inequalities and then unnatural inequalities. So natural inequalities are things like strength, natural abilities, and then there are inability or things that are created by society like wealth, power, things that are not natural, things that are created because of civilization. The fact that you're a child who is smaller than your parents is a natural inequality. It still doesn't mean that's not an inequality. I'm smaller than my parent, which means that they can do what they want with me. They can beat me. I have no power to resist that.
Yeah, which makes it vertical, especially when you're a young kid.
Yeah, the food chain is also vertical, I think, largely.
I just think that it's not, when you're trying to have debates with people or discussions, if they're not willing to concede anything, even when you have already established your point, then it really goes nowhere. It's like it is a vertical relationship. That's not even my opinion.
No, it's a fact.
Yeah, the food chain is vertical too. Yeah, it is.
Yep.
But
Who can send who? Who can send who to their room without dinner for punishment? Kid can't send the parent, even if the parent's wrong, dead wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a terrible punishment because children need nourishment because their brains are still developing.
Well,
I agree, but
they didn't consent to need nourishment because they never asked to be brought into existence. That's something the parents chose. So the parent created that vertical relationship in the first place.
But I'm telling you that the point is to evolve the vertical relationship to be a horizontal
Okay,
relationship.
so now you're finally admitting that it is a vertical relationship. That's all I wanted you to do.
I said it's balanced. It's because it's both at the same time.
No,
The
you said
the point is to make it a horizontal relationship.
to evolve the vertical relationship, which means that the relationship was
This is
vertical.
why I don't like debates, because it's always like a gotcha. Like, oh, I got you.
I'm not trying to whatever. I'm just trying to get to that one point. I think you're assuming that I'm trying to back you into a corner. I'm just trying to establish that one point that it is vertical.
And I'm trying to make the point that it's balanced.
Okay, so if it's balanced, that means that if my mother beat me within the extension court, I was just as strong as her, and I could actually dominate her the same way she could dominate me.
Well, you could right now.
No, I'm not talking about right now. I'm no longer, that parent-child relationship has dissolved. I'm talking about when I was a child. That parent-child relationship was vertical. She could dominate me. I could not dominate her.
Well, I mean, it comes back around, right? As you get older and they get older and they get weaker, they're basically the strength of a child, and now you're the strength of the adult.
I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about then. I'm talking about from.
But this is how natural law works. It doesn't work immediately. It works over time.
This is a non sequitur. You're not addressing my question. You're talking about what happens after the fact.
Well, I did. I said that it's balanced, and I addressed how it's balanced because
I was in her household.
Relationship
in her household, and she could dominate me. How was that balanced?
Because the same strength that she had and you had then is basically equivalent to what you have and she has now, or if I don't know how old she is, but if she's like 80 and you're like 40 or 50 or whatever, you're going to be a lot stronger than she is. It's basically like a parent or an adult fighting a child.
Are you doing this on purpose? Because I'm asking about when I lived with her from the age of 1 to.
I don't think you're understanding my point. Is the thing is that it's balanced in time.
It doesn't change the fact that she still has the power to abuse me.
And you have the power to abuse her. Elder abuse is a thing. If you have that. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying that potential is there.
Okay. Let me just. I have to make an extreme hypothetical. Let's say I never reached the age of 18. Let's say I only lived to 13 and I died at the age of 13. I never reached adulthood. During that relationship, before I died, was that a vertical relationship or a horizontal relationship?
Over the course of such a short time, it would mostly be vertical.
It would entirely be a vertical. Like there was no equality between.
I mean, it would depend on the conditions because there are some parents who are less vertical than others, but generally, yes.
I just don't understand why it was so difficult. Like I'm not. Okay, we can move on. I just don't. I think that point was axiomatic. It's like I had to create these parameters that I only lived to 18 to 13 in order for you to concede it. It was vertical the entire time. Until I moved out of her house, that relationship was completely vertical.
No, from the time from the time you separate, no, then the verticality definitely ends.
I said until I moved out. So while I was still living in her house, it was vertical. She had all the power.
Generally, but that's mostly because it's difficult for children to interact in the world.
It has nothing to do with the world. I'm talking about while I was in her house, she was abusing me. The outside world had nothing to do with it.
It totally has to do with the world, because if you lived in a different civilization, the world would raise you. You like, it could be like a commune type civilization. It could be like the Dogons. It could even be more like the Vikings. It wasn't the burden wasn't solely on the parent, like the community raised the child.
How does that help me? Because in some parallel world where people have freedom, how does that change the relationship that I have with my mother? I still was abused.
I can't. I know. All I can tell you basically is that you have trauma. You got to work on the trauma. It's a you problem. I know it's that's really
it's
what
not a you problem. It's the relationship of the parent-child relationship. It's vertical. So if they want to abuse you, they can, because they have all the power. That's how the relationship is structured.
Also, I want to add something that's related to that. Since the food chain is vertical, that means all of nature is based on trauma, all of it. And human beings are unique because we can understand that. When we really look at life honestly, it is largely suffering and trauma based. And so, I would say that, it's dumb. The internal you are referring to, it cannot really it cannot be embedded in the world, in the way you're saying, because think about it, it's cyclical and it's in a vertical cycle, so that means trauma is everywhere and stuff. So yeah, I mean, you're throwing a to that.
Exactly. The nature of life is eat or be eaten. Now we are on top of the food chain, so we're lucky, but it's based on you eating and shitting and eating and shitting and eating and shitting. And that's very vertical. That animal dies to sustain you.
Yeah, I would say that even though we're at the top of the food chain, the people who think deeply, there's an existential pain. I mean, that pain is something else.
That's true. That's true. Every time my brother and I were living in my mother's house, I go to the store and I'll get a steak, and he'll grill it, and we'll sit down and eat. I said, how did Mama Cow do? And he doesn't like that, because then he thinks of his girls. I said, it could just as easily be your girls.
Yeah, some people in famines, throughout history, and they have resorted to cannibalism to survive.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not pretty. History is not pretty. It's not.
World War II, when Hitler had Stalingrad and Leningrad blocked off from their food sources, basically, there are documented cases of cannibalism. Documented.
Yeah.
People starved to death.
The point is that utopianism, the belief that we can make things better by changing things, or after civilization collapse, things will get better, blah, blah, blah. That's not how it works, because, we have living in material constraints. These constraints require sacrifice to survive. And it's just, it's not worth throwing a kid into that, really. Better to ask, what is it all for? Because it does feel rudderless in some sense, rudderless.
Yeah.
I don't understand why it's so hard to imagine a world where there's not a group of people who are just leeching off of everyone's labor. Because that's basically what I'm describing, but I guess it's just impossible.
Yeah, but I'm saying that world you talk, nature is in a sense leeching off of us too in some ways. Because think about it, is what I'm saying. These constraints that are imposed on us, you know, it didn't have to be this way. I mean, when I look at a nice piece of artwork, I can imagine a better world than this one. You know what I mean? Why did the world have to be this way? You see what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Yeah. Like,
I think even if it's possible to imagine a world without domination, I would say the parents should create that world first instead of creating children in this world and leaving the children to create this fairy tale world that does not currently exist.
Yep.
Yeah, and like I said, a way we could do that would be if, like, I don't know, I think there's like 400 million people in this country. I don't know how many of them are voting for tax.
340,000 and 340 million in the United States.
So if we just assume that like 160 million people just stopped voting, like half of them, you know, that would be a pretty good step in the right direction right there.
They're never going to do that.
And you still are going to be subjected to the government that's put in place by the people that did vote.
They're never going to do that, and the only thing you can control is your own reproductive faculties.
A vasectomy is a walk-in procedure. You walk in, takes 15 minutes, you walk out. Recovery is usually within a day or two. And you still have all your blissful sensations when you orgasm. You still have ejaculation. You still have the sensation. You just neutralize the weapon of mass infection.
Oh, man.
for
Yeah.
me, condoms are sufficient. For me, condoms are sufficient.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I never understood how people could have so much lust and they don't put on a condom. Like man, like, are you guys animals or something? Like, really? Like, I put on the condom. I take my time. You know, some people are like
Yeah.
possessed or something. Like, I don't get it. Like, I cannot make a big accident like that. Like having a children.
No. Oh, it fucks up your life. It puts their life, both lives in jeopardy. And it's a massive responsibility for the parent, and it's an unnecessary burden on the child.
I actually had a dream, you know, once where I saw a kind of child in the dream, and he said thank you to me for not having him. Do you believe that? It came to
I
me.
do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this is why I have certain mystical views towards Gnosticism. You know, I do like Gnosticism, like Manichaeist stuff like that. They saw the material world as an error. It's an error. You know, the whole material world is an error.
Yeah.
You're not gonna find the internal and the cycles of nature, Dom. I'm just gonna tell you that straight up. You know, Twilight is wrong about that. He's wrong about it.
He's not avian, and neither am I. The problem is that you just don't understand that nature is about self-expression, and that in order to truly understand its own principles, it must test them in these types of environments.
There's no test in nature, you know. It's aimless, you know. It's like there isn't a test.
The Heraclitean view.
Yeah. Well, you know, you see, the Earth isn't as kind as you think. You know, there's no that the mother goddess crap that Twilight supports is just pure naivety. You know, it's pure naivety. You know, the Earth is ruthless. You know, it's not here to like stroke you and make you happy. You know, it's not like that.
I will say I disagree with the way he presents it, but he's absolutely right when he says that the Earth is alive.
It's alive for sure. You know that baby turtles hatch around 200 eggs, and 1 or 2 will live to adulthood. The rest are just food for other creatures. Mama octopus will lay 200 eggs that'll hatch. I mean, 20,000 eggs that will hatch, and maybe 2 make it to adulthood. Think about the carnage.
And some mother birds, they kick off sick nestlings off of the nest.
Yep. Yep.
That's a part of
And
nature.
if there's I can't talk. If there's a shortage of food, they'll kick out the weakest one just because she knows she can't feed them all.
But let's just talk about childbirth. How is childbirth not an act of violence? Like, you're literally pushing the baby out of his home for 9 months and forcing them to come into the world against their will. The child did not consent to be pushed. They were either extracted or pulled out through a C-section. And they're never happy about it. They're always crying. They look very upset.
Yeah.
Where's the consent in that? Where's the consent in the fact that they're pushed out of their mother's womb?
Well, I will say that the doctor environment is crap, and it is very traumatic.
Even in a natural environment where you're just pushing naturally, how is that not an act of violence?
Well, my understanding is that in the natural environment, although I've never had kids, so I don't know, but it should just kind of come out, right?
No, the woman actually has to push.
Some women are in labor for 2 or 3 days.
That child is forcibly removed from the mother's body.
I think it's easier the more kids they have.
Still gross.
Okay, if you push an adult, you would recognize that as an act of violence. But because you're pushing a baby, all of a sudden that we're just going to ignore that and not consider that an act of violence.
It's a miracle, LA. You know that. It's a miracle.
It's not really an act of violence because it's the waters forming life. And this is recorded and talked about in mythology, like Egypt, and I'm pretty sure Mesopotamia too, where they talk about the Abzu, or they talk about the Nun, which are the primordial waters where in Egyptian mythology, Atum comes out of. So it's not pushing someone, it's the waters giving birth to life. The waters giving a new generation experience.
Can I make an analogy?
The water watchers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's Michigan somewhere, and it's February. It's dead cold. You're in your room, wrapped up tight with your electric blanket. You might have a little fire going. You're real comfortable. You're just in a dead sleep, and you are just as comfortable as could be. And someone busts in the door, rips you out of your bed, takes you outside where you're freezing, and says, "We're going to a party, and you're going to stay for 80 years if you like it or not," and then drops you off, and you don't want to be there. And you can't leave until you naturally leave or you take your own life. And someone else made that decision to rip you out of that warm blanket, take you out into the cold environment, and take you to a place you don't want to be, and then you got to be there for 80 years.
But 80 years is like a dream within the sleep that you're describing. And dreams, they say, last less than 1 second or seconds.
I'm not talking about dreams.
Well, I'm talking about that this is how short life is in comparison to what you're talking about.
I don't feel that way. I think that my life has not been a dream. It's been very long. It's been too long.
Me too.
But we don't live very long. We don't live thousands of years. We don't live millions of years. We live at the very most 120 years.
Okay.
And
If
that's
you were wrapped up nice and warm in your bed on a cold day and you're sound asleep and you're comfortable and you just, you're dead, a dream, asleep, you cannot remember your dream. I know we dream all the time, but as far as you're concerned, dead sleep. And I came into your room and pulled you out of that blanket, took you outside with your underwear on, and said, "We're going to this place, and you're going to like it for 80 years." And then I drop you off, and halfway through my life, the analogy being I'm the parent, I die and leave you at the party, and you don't want to be there. Do I have that right? Can I bust in your room on a cold winter night, rip you outside, take you into a cold outside environment, take you to a place you don't know where you're going really, but you got to stay? Is that ethical? Is that right? If I did that to you, what would you think of me?
Well, the thing is that you aren't necessarily, it's not really like that, because it's like, it'd be like if you're the person who is breaking into your own room and waking you up from your own sleep.
No. I'm a stranger.
Simultaneously.
I'm a stranger.
But I'm talking about when you actually equate it to why humans are alive, and even in the physical sense as well. It is ultimately one thing experiencing itself as different individuals who have agency forever, eternally.
Okay.
But
Give me your address, and it's spring now, but I'll wait until November, and I'll wait till you're sound asleep.
well, this is the thing. You're anthropomorphizing this metaphysical thing. Is that it's beyond just this of having a child. It's beyond just describing it as a transgression the way you are.
How is it not a transgression? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Go back to this whole argument that we only live 120 years, so therefore suffering is finite. If someone only sexually assaulted you for 5 minutes, would that be justified?
No.
No, because it's a violation regardless of how short it is. So why are you making a different standard when it comes to forcing someone to exist?
The point is that it will end. That's the point.
Right, but a rape will end.
Right.
If someone beats you up, that will end. Like, that doesn't justify it.
I also want to add something to what Dom was saying. You know, Dom, you said the Earth is like a superorganism, like Twilight. Okay, then why should the Earth forgive humanity for driving so many species to extinction? Isn't it better that mankind go extinct and give some breathing space to other species or something? Don't you see, like, you see that?
But what about state oppression? Because that will end too. That basically means that the state can be as oppressive as it wants because this is temporary. It's going to be over at some point.
Yeah, the state will end before humanity does.
So why even be an anarchist? Because you're just basically against something that's going to end on its own.
Because the state is unnatural and we need to revert back to the way things were before the state or something similar.
I think the state is bad, but in the post-industrial context, but I don't think it can truly be unnatural because, you know, it's a natural expression of the domineering and domination aspects in the human biology, unfortunately. And it kind
of basically might makes right. So it's the same thing as procreation. You have the might, you can force someone to exist. The state has the power to force you to submit. It's the same thing.
The thing is, though, right makes might. You see, might makes right is insinuating that the masculine is leading the feminine, but right makes might is insinuating that the feminine is leading the masculine. And this is when balance occurs, because the masculine's whole purpose, from an occult and esoteric perspective, is to defend and protect things. And the feminine's whole purpose is to generate and create things, or I should say, guide. It's to generate and guide things. And so from this aspect, the masculine is to protect the feminine. So when you say that might makes right, you're basically saying that protecting and defending for the sake of protecting and defending is justified. And you're completely forgetting what it is that's necessary and important in life to protect and defend in the first place. And
I think people should protect people from life, that they should not impose that on in the first place. So that's what I'm doing. I'm protecting the unborn from that original imposition.
Well, I would say that life is what needs to be protected, and we need to protect life's ability to express itself, because that is what's important.
I think people should be protected from life.
Also, there's a difference between perpetuating life and protecting life. You know, we're against perpetuating life, you see, having more kids. But, you know, I don't think anyone here supports sadism, like harming any present life. You know, that's different. Protecting versus perpetuating is different, I think. So I'm against perpetuating the human species at this point, especially. Like, it's not a good idea. You know, like I don't think things will get better, even if civilization collapses. You know, people will find new ways to fuck things up. You know, this is the way.
Speaking of eating things, there's this spider eating this mosquito in front of me.
I just want to bring up a new topic because I've noticed that this type of topic is not talked about a lot. So what do you guys think about this thing to do with certain races having certain higher IQs than another, or is this IQ test just absolute bullshit? I mean, from my honest perspective, I mean, it seems that, you know, I mean, everybody's intellectual in their own ways, but it seems that when it comes down to actually planning in the future and really just resolving things and really getting to the meat of the matter, I just think that honestly, from my honest perspective here, objectively, and I want to say how it is.
Yeah,
you know,
about
these
IQ.
white Aryans tend to be quite, you know, intellectual in terms of, I don't know, just figuring things out and just planning things ahead of time and structuring things and knowing how to resolve things. I don't know. It's just other races tend to be very emotional, you know. I mean, they tend to live in the present moment with things. That's what I've noticed personally.
There's different types of intellect, and I think people have intellect based in their environments. So Africans who were, you know, existing prior to colonization, they probably had a better intellect for hunting and building a shelter and things like that. They basically had a survival instinct. But Europeans, you know, they live in a civilized society, so their intellect is more driven towards how to function within that civilization. So I think it's based purely on nature or nurture, excuse me. And if you take those Africans out of that environment, that they're basically no different intellectually from the European who was raised in civilization.
Yeah, I would say the reason that Europeans are perceived as more intelligent is because they've just stamped everyone else out who could be more intelligent than they are, and then they just come along and impose their standards on what intelligence is, which just basically revolves around making them look good.
I would say this. Sorry for
it has nothing to do with race.
I would say that.
I mean, the thing is, race only matters when people breed. That's the thing. That's what I've noticed. It only matters when people breed and care about genetics and this fucking abomination of an existence. But you know, this is why, you know, I'd say anti-natalism is the way to go, you know, because then you start to realize that actually, if no one's breathing, then what's to care about who's black or white or purple, you know? Because it's there's a lot of brainwashing to decode here on our fucking programming. It's
but what it comes down to is that they want to suffer. They don't really want real solutions. They just want this to go on forever. They hope for incrementalism, but they're perfectly fine with their children suffering. They don't really care. So you can't appeal to them based on ethics or how their children will suffer. They don't care about that. They care about how it benefits them.
Exactly. It's about what makes them feel good, and people are very self-serving and ignorant, and always try and impose their beliefs, their fantasies and wishes upon you. Always put the blame on others and never put the blame on themselves. It's about taking responsibility in this life, you know, but also understanding that the external forces are the issue as well. It works both ways, you know. It's you and others. But you always need to look at yourself first, and look at yourself in the mirror first, and then decide, okay, what are your self-interests and what's clearly logical and objective and realistic, and then you stop trying to change others. You know, you have to change yourself first before you change others. You have to be confident in your logical reasoning and your intellect first. Then you start dealing with the objective external problems. I was recently having a huge chat about you know, the state and all this stuff last night with someone. You know, it's just, the problem is that even if you do get a legislative proposal, they're going to have to get verified through the state itself. And well, the upper state.
No, I have a whole plan. I'm not going to talk about it on YouTube because I don't want to be sabotaged, but I know exactly what I'm doing.
Okay. The problem is that to do these types of things, you have to know certain people. You have to have certain connections with certain people in the government. That's the problem.
You have to understand how the system works. You have to understand the holes in the system and use them to your advantage. And if you are trained in the law and you have studied the system, then the problem is that this isn't the first time I've presented real solutions. The problem isn't that there aren't solutions. The problem is that most people are too afraid to actually do it. You can't do it by yourself, but there are things that you can do that does not require a significant amount of people.
Well, I mean, the problem is if you don't give the actual plans out, then how enough of people are going to, you know, realize what to do here? Because it's I don't think that assisted dying is a solution necessarily, because as long as this system still exists, as long as this realm still exists, you have a very high chance of reincarnating due to these natalist breeders. So
reincarnation.
Well, I mean, have you ever studied about it? Have you ever seen evidence for it, or have you done your research about it?
There's no evidence. There's just a bunch of stories and philosophy. There's no proof.
Speculation, you mean? Yeah, just all speculation, theoretical speculation then, to you?
Right, it's completely speculative.
Yeah, I think to break the cycle of rebirth or reincarnation, you have to be in a state of signless awareness before you die. Otherwise, you're coming back and to this present.
I mean,
yeah, I'm not having any children because I know that this is samsara, that this is all just dog eat dog world and shit like that. So, but yeah, it does feel like a present. Yeah, like a metaphysical.
I mean,
metaphysical present and crap like that. Yeah. Yeah, there are
well,
different.
so pretty much, JC, you don't believe in any metaphysical realities. You don't believe in any of this, right?
No, I do believe it. I just told you that you're coming back unless you like go into a signless awareness prior
What
to
I believe is that, because I've had near-death experiences. I don't know if you guys have ever had any near-death experiences, but you teleport somewhere in the astral, And you get these entities, these extraterrestrials, who can disguise as anything, who can disguise as your dead grandma and all this stuff, and they'll come to you and tell you it's time to go back to this white light.
Yeah, I
There's
had
a
that
clerical
experience.
room. It's like if you've ever watched the Matrix movies where Morpheus and Neo in this white room with a TV screen and stuff. That's what I mean. That's exactly what it felt like
Yeah, me too.
when I had a near-death experience.
Yeah, I've
There
had
was this
that
white room.
experience. Yeah, I've had it.
There was this white room, and then I started seeing the void for God knows how long, and I just instantly teleported back here. But you know, it was a very interesting experience, that's for sure. But if near-death experiences, it's not if, it's clearly observable because it exists and there's evidence that it does happen. So you know, entity abductions and stuff. Since these things exist, then there's a possibility that there is a metaphysical reality out there, JC, because if these types of speculative events, as you say, aren't real, then it means they're not even possible to happen, but it is possible to happen. So it means that there is a chance that there is a metaphysical reality after death. I mean, it's pretty much you kind of have to use logic here, right? Because
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, I would agree with you. That sounds like Bardo from, the Tibetan Buddhism, and they describe what you experience very similarly, and we can go deeper into the metaphysics, but I think you have to be in like a state of nirvana before dying, and then you go into what is called peri-nirvana, and then you end the cycle of rebirth. It seems, but I do believe in rebirth. You can read about nirvana and peri-nirvana. Peri-nirvana is the final nirvana. That's where you die. And so, if you're in a state of nirvana before dying, you're not coming back. But yeah.
do you believe in extraterrestrials?
Yeah, they're like divas. They're like higher beings. They exist on higher vertical cosmology. They probably do something like loose farming, or they're like, they do something like that.
Pretty much the ones running this reality, and there's a lot of. I was explaining the live streams to JC and the rest. They literally troll us in human form. They're everywhere, dudes. These fucking shapeshifting entities. They're fucking crazy. They got advanced technology, millions of years ahead of us. It's just crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
very advanced beings.
I think the material universe could have been created in error. If you read about the Cathars, they were onto something. The Cathars, and I've been reading this one thinker. I do not agree with everything he says, but I recommend you look into him. Nimrod D. Rosario. He wrote this book. He talked about the Cathars a lot and how they're like trying. Let me explain his metaphysics. Okay, in the beginning there was an origin. In the origin there were a multiplicity of spirits. They were gazing at the center. There was a hole in the spirit sphere, and one of the spirits escaped, betraying the other spirits, and it causes the spirit sphere to invert. Okay, and then that spirit becomes the demiurge, and it plasmates and shapes forms in the world of matter. So it's like trying to in the process of evolution, it's trying to enchain our spirits more into the process of evolution, so it can feed on us, and do loose farming. And so unless we return back to the origin or end the cycle of rebirth, we're stuck.
How I see it is that there's two consciousnesses at play here. Matter, which is us, the parasitic matter, which is dying, and there's source energy consciousness. And it's the source energy consciousness has merged physical matter.
Decouple the energy of the consciousness from that.
But the thing is, these people would say, you need to merge with matter so you can be, because you can't be able to transmute the source energy. You're not God, all this stupidity, this make-believe fantasy stuff, thinking that there's a superior controller. These types of people, man, should be fucking... These people which always try and class themselves as a lower being, or that they're not capable enough of doing things for themselves. These types of people deserve slavery, man. These types of people are the reason why this matrix keeps fucking running. They have a cancer of this matrix. Keep everyone stuck here with their bullshit beliefs. What makes them feel good. You know? You can only be able to help yourself and save yourself, bro. You can only think for yourself. No one's gonna come and save you, bro. So no one's gonna be thinking for you, no one's gonna be creating for you, no one's superior to you but you. You are your own competition.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I mean,
Basically,
if you stand in the middle of nowhere, you can only compete with yourself, buddy. No one's gonna be coming and fucking competing with you because there's no one to compete with but just you. So you got your own problems, dude.
yeah, definitely agree. Yeah, and this world is like a present, you know, and these beings, these like I don't know, they're lush farming or something. They exist.
Bastards, fucking evil, cruel bastards, and the problem is, right? As long as these entities exist, as long as this system keeps running, as long as this matrix keeps running, there is a high risk that we might get reincarnated back here. Because as long as they keep the slave farm running, metaphysically speaking as well, they have this ancient technology of some sort to like merge you with like soul ties and all this stuff. It's crazy stuff, man. These beings are very advanced. They're not fucking stupid, okay? Very, very sophisticated beings.
Yeah, they're archons. Archons.
No, they're entities, dude. That's what they are.
Yeah, the Gnostics call the entities archons.
Dudes in disguise.
Yeah, but the ancients, you know, like the ancient Gnostics, like the Cathars, they call them archons. So that's just what they call them, archons. Archons. You can go read about them more. That's the archons.
People don't understand what the archons actually are. In reality, they're just extraterrestrials farming people. And but yeah, I just need to be a rack real quick.
Yeah, something like that probably is going on. It wouldn't surprise me. And so, but it does feel like material existence is some kind of error or something like that when you get down to it. So especially, you know, looking at it's not good to perpetuate that error by having children. You know, so yeah. Like what's weird is human beings can create artwork that is far more preferable than living in this universe. Like artwork it's very strange. Like it's like, you know, like Moomin Valley, you know, from Tove Jansson created this imaginal world called Moomin Valley, and that world was much more pleasant than this one, generally speaking. And she had like a psychic link to Moomin Valley. She wrote 7 books. You know, she lived in Sweden or Finland, and her stories got very popular. But her last book was very depressive because her mother died, and that affected her own psychic link to Moomin Valley.
JC, you know the guys. Here's the problem, right? When you're talking about how the system works, well, no, JC, you don't cooperate with the system. You destroy the fucking system. That is clearly wasting your time or playing pretend fantasy talks. You know, make believe stupid fucking civilized talks and stuff. The only solution is to destroy the state and destroy the system, which is causing all this misery for you in the first place. You don't work with a system, you don't cooperate with it, and you certainly do not talk of it. You destroy what is clearly harming you. You destroy what is clearly opposing you. They'll favor you regardless. So, you know, you can be able to have some little ways figured out with it, but as long as that system exists, there's still going to be a lot of problems for everyone else. So you have to look in the external picture. This is what I was saying about, it's never racist, guys, but I just have to be brutally honest here, you know? It's just what I've observed. It's nothing racist. No, I don't want to be offended here, but you know, it's non-white people tend to always just live in the present moment. I don't know. They just, in terms of their intellect, they just tend to be very, you know, they tend to not really think in the bigger picture here. They just tend to be very, I don't know, man. It's just something I've noticed. They always live in the present moment. They never really think big in the big grand scale of things, you know? They think that one solution is going to be enough, but what they don't realize is that these entities, these elites have multiple backup plans to keep the slave system running. The system will not favor you regardless. It might give you a few chances to escape yourself, but that's not going to solve the actual problem this entire existence in the bigger picture.
Yeah,
Because
well,
you still get
you're mixing up a lot of stuff. But let me say some stuff. I chose not to have kids. I see bringing children into this world negatively. I see the modern state, post-industrial state negatively too. But about this universe or the material realm, I don't want to come back. I want to end the rebirth or whatever, if it's possible. But the point I'm making is that it's not good to mix up too many about the people. There have been, Indian and Chinese and Iranian anti-natalists in history too. They didn't see the perpetuation of the species positively or whatever they did. Yeah,
Are you from the Middle East originally, Buddha, or are you Chinese or
no, I'm Persian. I was born in America though.
Persian? Okay. I mean, in terms of IQ, though, a lot of Arabs are very fucking stupid people, man. Are very, they tend to be very rowdy and very, animalistic in a way. They're very basic people. I don't know, man. It's what I've noticed, but
Yeah, I'm not an Arab though. Yeah, I'm not an Arab.
I mean, they're all from the Middle East, so technically, they're the same people, but well.
Well, not really. They have some differences, but ultimately, the species has been a failure, and for numerous reasons, and also the material world does feel like a prison to a large extent. There was a guy who was named Mari.
People just don't think in the bigger picture. That's the fucking problem. People don't think in the bigger picture here. Certain races don't think in the bigger picture. It's just what I've noticed personally. Not personally, it's just objectively. Everyone just wants to deal with their own little bubble. They don't want to actually deal with the bigger picture here, right? Yes, these parasites are in the numbers, and they need to be dealt with, the external problems, because they will still be there. You can run away from it all you want. You can ignore the facts proven to you. You can ignore the fucking external problems, but those external problems will keep coming to you wherever you go. So that's the problem with a lot of people I've noticed. People don't want to actually look in the bigger grand scale of things and deal with the problems and wipe out the parasites. They just want to say, "Oh, I'm just going to escape on my own terms." To my little bubble, I get that, but at the same time, you got to deal with the external because they're going to be your issue. They are your fucking issue. So yeah, these entities aren't stupid. They really are very sophisticated. Do not underestimate your opposition and your enemies, because there's a reason why we're still here. They are not stupid. So they will try their best to keep you enslaved as much as possible. They need slaves.
Yeah.
This ancient system running for billions of years, and people like JC think that, yeah, man, there's no afterlife, bro. It's all gonna be okay, but that's a make-believe fantasy. You need to be prepared for anything to come after death, man. That's the problem with most people in this community. They just want to hear what makes them feel good, and they just want to ignore the possibilities and the chances. That's the problem. It's a big issue I've noticed with this community.
Yeah, life
Right,
is
well,
suffering.
I'm going to be ending this live stream. Is there anything else you guys wanted to say?
I mean, if nobody else wants to be proper talkative here, then I guess it's best to just end it, because it seems like it's just us two talking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I would just say that life is suffering. It's best not to have kids. Best not to have kids. And the modern state is technicized, and it uses all its means to better enslave you. And so it is not good to be naive about the future of humanity. It's best to give up on mankind, stop having kids, realize that there's just more and more slavery going on, and you are enslaved to the state. And life isn't pretty. If you look at human history, it's not pretty, and all of that. We're just moving towards greater enslavement and a potential cataclysm. That's
The only solution is absolute destruction of matter, destruction of this realm, destruction of other external NPCs and the state itself. Destroy the system itself physically, violently, not fucking thinking
wait,
that,
wait. I don't want to say that on my channel. I don't want to,
yeah, but JC, this is the issue, you know. These things will have to be talked about eventually.
No, not on my channel though.
people,
'Cause my whole channel will be taken down, and it's not going to serve any good to do that.
well, unfortunately, I mean, I just want to say for how it is, you know.
All right. Well, I'm going to end this live stream. You guys have a good morning or night wherever you're located.
Thank you. Yeah. It was nice talking to you.